Hi there. Welcome and good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending where you are at the moment and when you are at the moment. Today's stream is going to be, once again, of course, about game development, but I am going to actually talk a little bit in the beginning to tell you some situations in the background. So, as you may or may not know, I've been trying to make a game last week, or maybe a couple of days before that, for the Captain Coders Learn You a Game Jam 2024. And I kind of failed finishing it, and I didn't submit anything. However, I do want to finish the game, which I was working on. That was a little dinky 2D top-down twin stick shooter. But so one of the reasons I couldn't finish it was that I kind of miscalculated some things, and I didn't have time. That's the classic excuse, I guess. But one of the other reasons was that I was also working on a different jam game, and that kind of prevented me from finishing the one that I wanted to submit for this jam. So yeah, let me just talk about this sort of thing that I'm doing. So this year I thought that I will actually make at least 12 prototypes, not fully fleshed out games or anything, just concepts, prototypes, demos or something. And in February, I actually joined a little community jam series, which is called Havi Egyaték. That means literally one game a month. So essentially, it's an unofficial one game a month jam. And each month they give you 3 themes and one optional modifier, I guess. So since February, I've been working on games and submitting one game a month for this jam. First one was Music Miner Marty. You can find everything on my each page, by the way. It was a dinky little rhythm game with a little guy who had to mine blocks and get to the bottom of a pit, I guess, and pick up instruments during the way. It's a bit weird, but I think it's quite fun. So actually, it's a good time to mention that almost all graphics in my games are made by my friend Tibor, and together we are Laser Magnet Games. So everything essentially that we submitted for this jam series, we made together. So Tibor made the graphics for this one. Then in March, we made a little 2D physics platformer called Tractable. Then in April, we did a little puzzle game. The only twist was that it was based on famous paintings. Then I was working on a game for a tri-jam, which turned into something a little bit more serious, which we also submitted for the same game jam series. That was Shortfall. And after that, I started working on a game that was based on a Polyomino-based dungeon generator. I'm going to get some details on that soon. So this turned into the game that we submitted on Tuesday last week. I mean, this week, essentially. And this was the game that kind of prevented me from finishing the game for the Captain's Jam. So yeah, that's that. And it actually turned out to be a first-person shooter, boomer shooter, or doomer shooter, if you will. A fast-paced, 2.5-dimensional FPS, essentially. Whoa, there's a Flavius. Hi there. Good morning, I guess, still, or it's almost noon, I think, where you are, Flavius. So I hope that, yeah, you already had lunch or are going to have lunch soon, because it's time, I guess. Good to see you. It's noon, yeah, oh yeah, definitely. So yeah, I was just talking a little bit about the jam series that I'm doing. And yeah, so without further ado, I would like to show you, I mean, Flavius, you already saw this, but for anyone who's watching the VOD, possibly, what we submitted. And this was actually updated a couple of times since Tuesday, but there were only like some minor changes in it. And it's still made in Construct, so I don't think I'm going to switch engines anytime soon anyway. So let me just start the game and give you a little preview and then talk a little bit about how it actually works. because I think that some people in the Construct community Discord might actually find some info useful, hopefully. So yeah, I'm just going to start it, and immediately I'm going to press empty to mute the music, because right now I'm listening to some chill beats, and actually this game is not very chill. It's a fast-paced shooter that looks like this. There's mouse look, you can move around with the classic WASD key combination, and you can also press shift to run, which also changes the field of view a little bit. Just finished eating, nice. Hope you're doing fine, Flavius, by the way. Do you plan on working on your platformer today, possibly? So yeah, this is just an empty room where you start at the beginning, but the twist on the usual first-person shooter stuff is that you can actually dash like this by pressing space. So it will give you a little speed boost for a time window. And while dashing, you can also go through these little hedges, which separate different parts of the level. So I'm just going to do that now. And as you can see, some railings or fences came up around the edge walls, which means that I cannot dash through them right now, because I will have to murder some enemies first. I mean, just one enemy in this case, because there's only one enemy. If they are a little further from you and they can't see you yet, there's a little marker that helps you find them. And you will have to get a little closer and be aware that they are shooting projectiles at you, and right now at a fixed rate. And you can of course try to dodge stuff. You can also press space while strafing, so you can essentially do something like this to get away from the projectiles, but if you get too close, you're going to get hit. And of course you can start shooting them. And when you start shooting them, you will at one point know that they are going to start flashing, and there was a little message also that popped up that said weakened. And this just means that essentially this is the same deal as in Doom 2016. So the enemies can be executed at this point. It's not as fleshed out or glamorous or brutal as the one in the Doom 16, of course, but let me just show you. Essentially, you need to dash through the enemy. I'm just going to move over here and bang, then it's done. And that was a glory kill, and I gained back 5 health points. And this is right now the only way to get health points in the game. So you essentially have to weaken enemies, dash through them to kill them immediately, or you can of course shoot them as well to kill them, but then you don't get any health points. And there are 2 types of enemies. You will see the other one hopefully soon. And the main objective of the game is to get to certain points on the level, which are signified by these big essentially towers of energy or columns or something, and these mark the locations of little artifacts that you can pick up. In the bottom left corner you can see that I have 0 artifacts at this point, so yeah, I'm just going to check chat and continue. I'm going to work on the game, tested the idea for the screen size, it's fixed, so later I'm going to push Twitch. Nice, I will check that out. I will probably get notified when you do an update, but just in case, feel free to send me a message and I will check out the new build. Yeah, so by the way, yeah, this screen scaling, sizing stuff is something that I usually forget about, and in this case, I also did. If I switch this game, for example, to full screen mode, as you can see, there are these black bars on the left and right side, which is not great. I'm going to turn off full screen mode because my PC is so freaking slow that I don't think it could handle streaming and running this incredibly high resolution graphic game in full screen mode, although I'm using a relatively high resolution, so it's kind of understandable. So yeah, it's something that I tend to forget as well to check, because some people are going to have weird screen sizes with weird ratios. So yeah, the best thing is to make the game cover the whole screen, but this is not always very easy to implement, depending. Yeah, so I'm going to dash through another hedge wall, and there's another enemy, just one. I got lucky. Most areas contain multiple enemies, but there are areas that don't contain any. So yeah. Oh yeah, there's the other one. So this is like a big eye on legs. And I'm just going to dash through these guys to kill them immediately. Bang. So I get back a little health. And this is the artifact that you have to pick up. You just need to walk over it and boom, it's picked up. And then you can look around and see the next location where you have to go. Essentially, this is the game. So it's a relatively fast-paced shooter. I mean, if you're going fast, it's going to be fast, but yeah. It's open-ended, there is no win condition at this point, so you just collect as many artifacts as you can, and you try to stay alive for as long as you can. There's a little game over screen, which I'm going to probably show you because I'm going to die pretty soon, it looks like. The little markers were added yesterday, actually. And there's actual music playing in the background. I mean, the game has music tracks, which we got from a nice Humble Bundle asset pack. Oh yeah, that was another thing that I wanted to show you. So another way to gain health, although it's a bit of a gamble, I guess, usually, is to kill an enemy while dashing through a hedge wall. So when you dash through a hedge wall and you manage to hit an enemy while doing that, on the other side of course, then you will actually do what is known as a blind kill. Now, for example, this enemy is sometimes moving up and down a little, so this is a bit of a hint that you can possibly go through this wall at that position, and if the enemy is relatively close to the ground, you will go through them. And in this case, you don't have to weaken them, they will just die immediately. And you also gain not 5 but 10 health points. That's the only mechanic. That's it. So that was a blind kill. I got back like 10 health points. And that was just a normal glory kill. So when I weakened the enemy, I dashed through them and boom. You can also do stuff like starting to dash sooner than shooting the last projectile to weaken the enemy. So something like this is also possible. You don't have to preemptively weaken them. And this is how it looks like when you die. You don't have any health points left, and yeah, this is it. So you can press R, and yeah, the levels are actually a little bit interesting, and I wanted to talk a little bit about those. So yeah, thanks Flavius. So yeah. On the start screen, this is really horrible, by the way, so the UI is something that I really want to fix up. There's no options menu, although you can adjust stuff like the volume of the music and the sounds, and you can change the mouse sensitivity by using the mouse wheel, but this is really not the conventional way to do it, so I'm going to make a little options menu, which I'm going to add, I think, on the home screen, I mean the start screen, and possibly in-game as well. So this is one of the plans, possibly for today, because this is just horrendous. I mean, you have to press the 1, 2, or 3 keys on your keyboard to start a level. There's a smaller one, a medium-sized one, and a bigger one. And this 16 by 16 actually signifies that this part that is surrounded by 1, 2, 3, 4 hedge columns, this is one tile, and the 16 by 16 means that there are 16 tiles in both axes, or yeah, is that the right word? I'm not sure. Never mind. Also, there's a little hidden view. I can press L to switch to it, and I actually get a little overview of the whole map. So the middle part, which is actually visible, I mean the ground or the grass is visible. This is where the player is at this point. This is the starting position. The player always starts in the middle. And as you can see, the rooms or areas are, some of them are kind of familiar shapes. For example, this. As you can see, these are tetraminos, which are polyominoes, but they only contain 4 squares, rectangles, squares, I guess. So this is what I call one tile, and tetraminos, just like the shapes in Tetris, of course, are made up of 4 of those. And the game actually utilizes an external tool. I mean, it doesn't run it. in the game, but I generated some level layouts using this external tool, which is just a Polyomino Tiler. I'm going to show it right now. And the game loads up these levels that consist of these polyominoes or tetrominoes, to be specific. And the game during runtime randomly joins some of the rooms. So for example, this was a polyomino shape, definitely. I think this was another one, just another T shape, and this was an L shape. And the game decided to join these three rooms together when I started the game. So if I restart it, for example, and press 3 again, as you can see, it's not the same layout, because although the little polyomino shapes are the same, but different polyominoes are joined together every time you start the game. And the same goes, of course, for smaller levels. So if I just run this one, it's just a tiny little level, but it's also made up of different polyominoes. And every time I restart it, oops, I pressed the wrong button. It's a different layout, slightly different layout, because some of the walls are there and some of them are not. So yeah, this is how it works. And the original idea to do that actually came like months ago. I think sometime last year. I somehow found this little web app by, I'm skipping on the name, Gary Fredericks. And it's a little JavaScript application that you can run in your browser. It's essentially a Polyomino Tiler. So you just define a certain size grid, and you can actually put some stuff in it where you don't want polyominoes to go. And then you can press go. And the Polyomino Tiler will, by trial and error, I guess, find a fit. So in this case, tetrominoes fill up the whole layout. But you can also customize this sort of thing. You can also select which pieces you want, and there are small pieces. So these are the classic Tetris tetrominoes, which consist of 4 little tiles. But you can actually click multiple of these, and the tiler will actually use them to fill up the grid that you defined. Let me just try if this is possible. Yeah. So for example, this is not a tetromino right here. This is a bigger one, or this one, the green one. The purple one, this is also not a tetromino, but yeah, you can do that. So right now, this tool was used to generate the basic layouts, which the game randomizes each time you start it. But this actually doesn't really give you a proper way to export the layout. So if I run it like this, there's an option to save it as an image, I guess. I'm not going to do that now. And there's also something called persistence. So you get a little link, and you also get links to the image. But yeah, there is no real way to export it like as JSON or something. So being a web developer, I guess, I made a little script, and I put it up on GitHub. I'm going to put the link, just in case anyone's interested, in chat. And for the VOD that I'm going to upload to YouTube, I will also put the link in the description. So I could have actually turned this into like a browser extension with Grease Monkey or something, but it's just fairly easy to get it running without any extensions. So for example, if I change the grid dimensions to 16 by 16, I can generate, essentially a similar level to the one in the game. But if you just load up this website, you can also open the developer console by pressing Ctrl-Shift-I in Firefox, or F12, I think also works. And possibly the Chrome hotkey is the same. Oh yeah, this is Chrome right now, so yeah. So you can just copy this little snippet to the console and press enter. And this actually injects some stuff. So now there's an export JSON button. So if I now, for example, set a little grid, 16 by 16, and press go, after the tiler's finished doing the thing, you can press export JSON, and you can actually copy the JSON representation of the layout to the clipboard. and it looks like this. It's essentially an array which contains another array. I mean, not just one, but multiple. So there's a big array right here, and inside there are rows of tiles, essentially. And these little strings actually signify where the borders of each tiles are. So for example, this tile on the top left corner actually has border on the left, the top, and the right. So left, right, top. That's it. Essentially just the 4 letters signify which side the borders are on, and you can use this somehow to import this level layout into your game and make a little parser which will actually spawn the right tiles. So this is what is happening in Hedges of Hell. But let me just show you a super old build, so it's a little easier to see what's happening in the background. I'm just going to open up an old version of the project. So in the beginning, by the way, we didn't want to make a first-person shooter. The original plan was to make a top-down 2D or 2.5D shooter, something that looked like this. So you actually had a top-down view of the map, and the idea, since the Jim's theme was navigate and blind, and that was another one, but we didn't use that one. So the idea was that you could only see one room at the time, and you can still dash through the hedges, and then you will see actually what size room are you in, what shape it is, and where are the enemies, because the enemies were in the rooms already when you did that. So it was something like something very similar to what actually turned out, but it wasn't an FPS at that point. So yeah, and as you can see in this build, the actual layout is used to generate the areas, as I mentioned already. So you can still see the original Tetramino shapes right here. I'll just zoom out a little. And as you can see, some random colors are assigned to each shape. And the game simply worked by joining the rooms together, which had the same color. So for example, this big blue stuff is just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tiles which touch each other, and they all have the same color. So the game essentially just removes the walls that would have been there to make the rooms bigger. And that was it. And just to show you that it actually works, I'm going to copy this and put it, I think, in this JSON file. I'm going to replace it and run it and switch to the tiler so you can see, these shapes. And I will just switch over to the game. And move it a little to the left. So as you can see, it's exactly the same layout made of Tetraminos. So yeah, that was the big idea, to have a certain level of randomness in the game, but also not completely random. And I was pretty happy with the result, actually. So we might actually use this sort of thing later. And I also contemplate making a little template project that uses this Polyomino format, essentially, so other people can utilize it in their games. So yeah, that is the plan. Okay, I think that was way too much information, by the way. I mean, not information, but background story or anything. So I am going to crack on and actually check what is in the to-do list, because right now the game is still lacking a bunch of things that we wanted to add at one point. But of course, we tried to prioritize the things that were mostly important in terms of the gameplay, and not the other boring stuff, which is also important. But yeah, I tend to skip on menus and yeah, mostly menus, basically. Yeah, the start screen is freaking horrendous as well. I mean, it's just a wall of text. Yeah, it's not good, but it's actually quite boring to do this sort of thing, so I probably won't start with that. I will just probably choose something that is a little bit more visual, so it could be a bit more enjoyable to watch, hopefully. After you take the artifact, does the map regenerate and also the enemies respawn? Oh yeah, these are very good questions. So the map stays the same while you are on the same run. So until you restart the game, it's the same map. There's no changes in the wall structure or anything. Although it's not a bad idea to actually do that, but I figured that the player may or may not want to kind of I'm not saying memorize the level layout, because that would be quite hard at this point, because the levels, I mean, not the levels, the areas look very samey. This is also one thing that we want to fix, so we might want to add some more variety to how the areas look. But essentially it would be good if the player could kind of remember, which rooms to dash into when going for the artifact. So there's no randomization at this point. And the enemies are actually spawning with a very, very suboptimal logic, to say the least. So I'm going to start the game right now and show you what I'm talking about. Yeah, this is exactly the thing I was also going to talk about, but I forgot, so thanks, Flavius. So as you can see, the little enemies, I mean, they're a little hard to see, but these little guys are actually the enemies. And as you can see, they are spawning in every few seconds. I'm going to restart the game and show that to you again. So it's it's essentially completely empty at first, and then every 2 seconds, I think, some enemies start spawning in. And the enemy spawning logic actually works by only spawning enemies in the other areas, so not the area where you are, so you won't see any enemies actually spawning in front of you or something. That would be, I think, pretty bad. And also, I'm just going to zoom in a little. I mean, maximize the window. So also, each tile will only spawn one enemy, and the enemy's position on that tile will be randomized, so it's not in the middle of the tile necessarily. But for example, this tile is empty, this is empty, this has an enemy, this has an enemy as well. And the spawning simply works by continuously filling up the level until a certain maximum, which is right now a bit weird. So on the top, there's this little debug message stuff, and you can see there are 103 enemies on this level at this point. If I restart the game, you can actually see this number grow. 10 and 20. So yeah, every 2 seconds, 10 enemies spawn, essentially. And, oops, sorry, double music. I forgot to mute it. So the game just spawns a certain number of enemies, and there's this little maximum, and this is calculated by how many tiles are there in the level. And I think, if I remember correctly, but I'm going to look it up soon, I think the game multiplies the number of tiles by 0.4, so essentially there will be a 40% enemy density on the level. So yeah, this is how it works. And if you start killing enemies, then every 2 seconds, this respawn stuff will still work, so the enemies will actually get respawned pretty fast, but in different locations, not where you are. That's how it works now. And it's not great because I don't think it's actually necessary to spawn the enemies preemptively in all areas. I mean, they don't move around, their physics movement behavior is disabled, so I don't think that they take up too much processing power, but at the same time it would be more optimal, I think, if the enemies only spawned when you either are dashing through the hedges to a new area. I mean, spawning is pretty fast, so I don't think that you will actually see the enemy spawns, even if you only trigger the spawn by dashing through a hedge. Or the other way, which is probably a little bit safer, is that you could spawn enemies around the player. So not the whole level is filled up all the time with enemies, but only the next rooms or something. And also this logic that counts how many enemies are and maximizes them, I don't think it's the best. So I will definitely want to replace that logic at one point. Because one thing that actually Bernardo mentioned yesterday is that the difficulty, it doesn't really ramp up. So sometimes you can find rooms that have really a bunch of enemies, and they could give you a hard time, especially if the room is relatively small or weirdly shaped like this one. But there is no actual difficulty ramp or anything, difficulty curve, in terms of there are no stronger enemies in the game, and the number of enemies don't really increase during the game. So this is actually something that I put on the list. Whoops, this isn't the right one. Okay, so ramp up difficulty. This is the first thing that I put on the to-do list for today, so I might actually start with that one. But I will just have to think about how to spawn the enemies. So yeah, this is it. Yeah, loading screen. Yeah, so right now if I start the game and press one of the buttons, I mean 1, 2, or 3, there's a little flash that then you can already see the player's weapon, then the floors and the walls start spawning in. It looks like crap. I will probably have to add like a loading screen, and once everything is in the game, then I hide the loading screen. So this is also something that I could have easily done, but I didn't want to spend time doing it because I had much more pressing things to implement. So yeah. Yeah, another thing that we talked about is that if we are going to ramp up difficulty, we might as well give something for the player that makes their life easier. So picking up an artifact could actually give the player a health bonus. It would be, I think, pretty nice and rewarding. So you actually don't have to don't just have to kill enemies by dashing through them to gain health, but you can actually heal by picking up an artifact. This is something that can be implemented relatively easily, I think. So yeah, slightly randomized enemy rate of fire. Okay, this is something that I want to do so enemies don't really shoot at the same time, because right now the way that enemy AI works, I mean, it's really freaking simple. It's essentially very similar to the one that I added to the Captain Coder's Learn Your Game Jam game. So essentially the enemies are standing in the room, you enter, and if the enemies have a line of sight to your position, so they can see you, they start moving on your position. So they will start moving at a constant speed towards you, and if you don't really move around a lot and you don't leave them behind a corner or something, they will keep moving. If you actually run away and hide behind a corner or something, the enemies will still keep moving for a while, but at one point they will stop. And this is where they stop the chase mode, I would say. And then you can just, go back to them and start shooting them, and that's it. And yeah, so the enemy AI is really that simple. And since the enemies are spawning at the same time and they are already in the room, if you enter a room and there are like 3 enemies, chances are that they will start shooting at you at the same time, which is not great, I think. It doesn't look good anyway, and it would probably be a little more interesting to have their rate of fires a little bit randomized. So some of the enemies are shooting at a faster rate, some of them are shooting at a slower rate. So even though they are mostly shooting at roughly the same rate, it won't be so synchronized. So that's something that I could also easily implement, I think, today. Okay, Tibor also drew a particle effect, but first I'm going to check chat. When picking up the artifact, give the player a number of seconds of immunity. Also good point. Yeah, okay, I'm going to note that actually, because this would be probably good. Because, you know, when you're dashing through an enemy, while dashing you are actually immune to damage. So this already kind of happens with the dashing stuff. So yeah, okay. Good idea, Flavius, thanks. This is actually great. I think I'm going to also show the little vignette effect. So there's a little blue border around the screen when you're healing. So this just means that when you're healing, you are actually immune to damage for a little while. So yeah, I could probably do something like that. Okay, so yeah, leaf particles. Tibor drew some leaf particles. I mean, just a few leaves. And we talked about it would be great if there was an actual effect when you're dashing through a hedge wall. So a bunch of leaves fly all over the window to signify that you actually went through some hedges and some leaves got blown off. So yeah, this is a visual juicing sort of thing. Yeah, we already, I already mentioned that there's no win condition or anything, but it would be probably good if the player got some info on how long they survived. So it's not just the amount of artifacts that signify how good they did, but there's actual time display. Although this is a little bit tricky, because if you just leave the player in one location and you kill all the enemies, there's really no rush to go to the next area. So maybe the time should stop at this point. I don't know. I'm going to think about that. Right. Another visual stuff that I wanted to do, and I've never done anything like this, is a skybox. And I have no idea how I will do that. So, but we definitely need something in the sky, because it's very it's almost a solid color if you don't count the flying enemies and the energy beam at the location of the artifact. So the sky looks a little bit dull, although there's fog. But yeah, it would be good if there were a couple stars, maybe the moon or something. This could be added to a skybox. And also one thing that I wanted to do, so the game really looks like Doom or something, is a head bob. So right now, if I start the game, let me just turn off the sounds. Okay. So as you can see, there's no head bobbing going on. So the Z elevation of the player is the same, but the weapon is moving up and down a little, and it's actually taking into account how fast you're going. So when you're standing, there's just a little slow movement. If you start walking, the movement gets faster on the weapon. And if you start pressing shift, then it will go even more frantically. And when you're dashing, it will stay at the same location for a little while. I mean, it slows down essentially. So this to signify that you're actually holding a sword or something, and yeah, try to hit the enemies with the weapon. So yeah, this is what's planned for today. I'm going to stream for a few hours, I think, and then I will probably get started with another gem game in the afternoon, but this won't be on stream because we are just prototyping stuff. We are considering doing the Fox Hollow gem as well, if we come up with a good idea. Yesterday I talked about the whole thing about the gem's themes and the input randomness restriction in the Fox Hollow gem with Tibor, and we started ideating, but we really need to start prototyping stuff so we can see that it actually works. Right. Okay. So sure, absolutely. I will right now send you the link. I think it would be the easiest to hopefully find it here. Let me just check quickly. I don't know if they actually put the link in the about section, but let me just check. Okay, I am being a boomer. Let me just Google it, because it's up on itch, so the usual place, but yeah, there it is. This is the one. I think it's a really nice design principle. So the input randomness is actually freaking great. I love this sort of thing. I actually asked Joe if random level generation would be a good fit for this, and he said yes. And also the theme is quite nice, primordial. A bunch of people are going to make dinosaur games, I have a hunch, but yeah, I might not do that, actually. Although the theme is mandatory, so I would definitely try to incorporate primordial, but I don't think I would want to go with the dinosaur route. Or maybe I do, I don't know. I can be convinced. Oh yeah, and also the gem has a little twist, kind of like in Ludum Dare. So you can actually do it during the weekend and go solo and make everything, all the assets yourself, and I'm not going to do that, definitely. And the other version is the casual route, I guess. But it's not called casual, I think. Oh yeah, it is. So yeah, you can actually team up with people. So I can ask Tibor to make some stuff, and we can use any assets that we have the rights to use. So external assets are fine in the casual version. And also the deadline is a lot more relaxed. So there's almost a week left to do that. Okay, I'm going to close up some stuff and get cracking. I will actually load this. So if I push a new update, then I can test it just like I usually do. Okay, so I am going to... You're welcome, Flavius. By the way, are you considering doing a jam soon or something? I highly recommend it, although I'm pretty sure that you probably want to finish the current game that you're working on, the Mushroom Ninja one. But taking a break with a jam is actually quite refreshing at times. But yeah, the important thing is to remember that you're doing jams for fun and nothing else. And you shouldn't stress about it. I'm not saying you would, but many people tend to do. Crunching is not really fun, I think. So I would rather, yeah, let it go or just go have fun with it and have something kind of wonky in the end instead of not sleeping and not eating well and not taking breaks and stuff like this just to manage as many features as you can or something. It's usually not a good idea, I think, to do that. Okay, so ramp up difficulty. Okay, this is something that is quite important. So I think I'm going to start with that actually, and then I will probably continue with something that is a bit more easier. So difficulty, right? So let's just see how things work. By the way, the project is a bit of a mess because it's a jam game. It's always going to be a mess if I make it. There are a few to-do comments as well, which is not ideal. To-do comments I usually leave if I make something really dirty or suboptimal or something that needs to be refactored or something's missing. So yeah, there are a few things that I could actually do as well as the list that I wrote up this morning. So we'll see. If I see a to-do comment while working on something, I may or may not do that as well. So okay, so there are variables in the game. And one of the variables, no, this is actually a constant, right? There should be a constant which signifies yes. So there's this little constant called enemy max count per tile. It's not a great name, but essentially this was the 40% enemy density thing that I was talking about. So the actual chance that a tile will spawn an enemy is, no, sorry, it doesn't work that way. So when the spawning happens, it actually calculates how many should be the maximum amount of enemies. And if the current enemy count is lower than that, then it will spawn maximum of 10 enemies every 2 seconds. And of course, if there are already almost as many enemies as should be, then it will only spawn as many as to reach the maximum amount. Oof, this was a horrible sentence, but yeah. So it actually takes into account the maximum, I think. It really should. I don't know if it does actually, but I think it does. So yeah, I'm going to find references of these variables so I can just quickly locate where I use this. Yes, there's a little to-do comment as well. So right now I'm using the eCycles event sheet, which I only use for start of layout, every tick, and every X seconds events. So, and then there's also the bullet step in this event sheet for some reason, which is fine. So essentially this just runs every 2 seconds if the player is not dead, and it calls the spawn many custom action of the enemies. So this is right here. It just takes a little parameter called count, and this will actually just signify the number of enemies that should be spawning at the same time. So right here, the count is calculated. The number of tiles on the level are multiplied by this enemy max count per tile constant. So this will essentially mean how many enemies should be on the level at max. So this is maximum amount of enemies on the 32 by 32 level. This means the 103 or something that we saw earlier. And from this, the current enemy count is subtracted. And so this essentially means that if there are if the maximum is, for example, 100 and there are 95 enemies, then this will just mean that 100 minus 95 is 5, so only 5 enemies will spawn. But otherwise, if this is not the lower number, because this whole thing is in a min function, then the default amount of enemies per wave will actually spawn. So the enemy spawn wave count constant actually has the value of 10 right now. So essentially, every 2 seconds, 10 enemies spawn until they reach the maximum amount. So yeah, this is something that we could actually possibly change, because if I start ramping up this value, I mean, right now it's a constant, but I can turn it into a proper variable. And if I start ramping up this value, then this will mean that more and more enemies will spawn into the level. Now the problem is, or the potential problem is, as I already mentioned, is that it might not be the best idea to randomly spawn enemies on the level. So right now it's completely random. So the location of the newly spawned enemies are chosen simply by looking at the tiles which are not in the same area of the player, and and checking if there are enemies standing already on the tiles. So yeah, oops, sorry, I always forget to disable the music. I'm actually going to globally disable it right now so we don't hear it every time I start the game. I'm just going to disable this function and make a little to-do prod re-enable comment, so I know that if I'm actually making an export for itch, then I will hopefully don't forget to search for to-do prod. I do something like this, and then re-enable this function so there's actual music in the published version. Flavius, you said I'm a chicken to enter any gems as I'm a chicken at streaming. Yeah, I totally can relate to that. Today I spent like 2 hours before I actually took the plunge and started streaming. It's sometimes very terrifying to do. So yeah, I can totally relate to that. Although hopefully this will, change over time, because yeah, I started streaming eventually. So I only procrastinated it for like a year or something. I mean, I had the microphone that I'm using for a year before I started streaming, and I bought it specifically for streaming and nothing else. So yeah, I know what you're talking about. Okay, let me just go back to the cycle stuff. So yeah, this should really be done using a timer, because I don't really like using the every X seconds event anyway. So yeah. The timers that are global are usually started on the player, even though I have an object, I think right here, called global timer, which is just a placeholder sprite. It does nothing, except it facilitates running timers that don't have anything to do with any specific objects in the game. But for example, the enemy spawn timer could also run on the player object, because the player object is already always there. So yeah, I probably should do that. Now, the question is, how do I want to do the spawning thing? Because it would be probably good if the enemies only spawned in the neighboring rooms, for example. I'm just going to rubber duck the whole process. So sorry if this is a little bit tedious, but I really didn't really think that through. So essentially, if the player is starting in this room, the enemies spawning around them could only spawn in the neighboring rooms if I take this route. But it's not necessarily good. I mean, for now, I think I might just leave it like this, but change the enemy density over time. And we'll see what happens, because if there are too many enemies, it's possible that the game will slow down. So we'll see. Okay, I am going to actually change this into a variable, because right now it's a constant, But if I just remove this little tick, then it will be turned into a variable. And as this is a variable, it shouldn't be in the vConstants event sheet. So I'm just going to right click it and say move to event sheet. And this will actually live in the vState event sheet. So right here. And I'm also going to change its name. So it doesn't look like a constant anyway. Constants I usually just prefix with the big letter C and a underscore. So I'm going to say enemy max count per tile, or I could also say enemy density, which is a little bit more ambiguous, but hey, I know what I'm doing, right? So, or maybe not, so I'm just going to leave it that. So 0.4 is the starting value, which is probably good, but I will also need to come up with a actual constant, I think. So there's an actual, like a roof or a ceiling, a maximum amount. So, right. Okay, I'm going to change the name actually to enemy density. And I will also create a new constant called C enemy density max. So this will actually be something like 0.8. This is a lot, but we'll see how it looks. This will actually be a constant. And essentially what we need to do with the spawning logic is to limit the enemy density to this value. But also the question is, when do we increase the enemy density? Because we could increase it with time, but I think it would be better to increase it with the artifact pickups, for example. So every time the player picks up an artifact, then the enemy density will increase a little. We'll also need to come up with like another constant that holds the value of an increment. So I will also create a new one called enemy density change, I guess. And this will be 0.05, for example. I'm just, randomly assigning values, and we will of course balance it at one point. I'm going to hydrate. Right. Okay, so essentially we don't need to change anything here because the enemy density is totally fine. This is just now a variable and not a constant, but the game should still use this one, but we'll shift its value around. So every time the player picks up an artifact, then we will increase the value, but give it a little ceiling so it doesn't increase above this value. Okay, so player, I just need to find where we handle the picking up of the artifact stuff, but it might be a little easier to do that by BB target item is what I called the object. I'm just going to find all references and look through them. So there's like destroy stuff. Oof, I was at the right place all along. Okay, so yeah, this is actually good. I have a little comment here. Pick up target. Target is the artifact. I just didn't call it an artifact in the beginning. I called it a target. But I'm actually going to rename it now, because now we call it artifact in the game. So I will just rename the object to artifact. And also I can rename it in the comments as well. Also, I'm going to quickly do the proper refactoring. I'm going to search for target. There will be a couple, and some of them are actually not related to the item, the artifact, but this is probably related to that. So yeah, there are some timers that use the the target terminology. Let me just change those. And in construct, I don't really have to worry about search and replace because it refactors things automatically. So Role targets is also something that I want to change. This is the UI elements role that displays the current number of artifacts that the player have picked up. So I'm also going to rename the macro, change its value as well, but this is something that I actually have to change in 2 places. So this is the other one. For good measure, I'm also going to change this so it's consistent, and this is the role that I wanted to change as well. So this should be it. And also I saw that there was like a timer called spawn target. Yes, this I'm just going to rename to spawn artifact, singular. And I think this is fine. I'm just going to look through. Yeah, the sound effect is also in a macro. I'm going to find it. This should be alphabetical. I mean the categories. So target spawn and target pickup. Yeah. I'm actually going to change some naming conventions here. So spawn artifact, and pickup artifact. Good. And since these are actually the file names of the sound files, I will have to rename those as well. So spawn artifact, oops, I wanted to copy this. Target spawn will be known as spawn artifact from now on, and pickup artifact will be the new name of the target pickup sound file. So yeah, this should be good. Okay. Also, the player has like a instance variable which counts how many artifacts they picked up. So I'm just going to select the enemies, not the enemies, sorry, the player's family, which will select the player object as well. And I'm going to rename the instance variable because consistency is important. So targets reached. Okay, so artifacts found or picked up or something. Artifacts found is shorter, so good. Let me just make another search for target. There should be far less results now. Yeah. Target item light, okay. I'm also going to rename this to artifact, and also there's this BB target effect stuff. So I'm just going to change this to artifact, and maybe not effect, but what was it known as? Beam. I'm just going to check the animation names. Default flash fade out, this is fine. None of these have the, yeah, this is fine too. So there's no target or anything in the animation names. That's nice. Yeah, these are different things. So Z target is something else. This is for the projectile Z collision check. This is once again different, so I think we're good. Hopefully I didn't break anything, but there's a possibility that I did. So yeah, we'll see, I guess. Meanwhile, what was I doing? Oh yeah, so when I pick up an artifact with the player, I want the, yeah, this is the part. I want actually 2 things. I can put in the, or 3 things. I can do the healing. I can do the incrementing of the enemy density value, and I can also put in the little immunity stuff. So yeah, okay, this is good. I'm going to put a little bookmark here because I'm going to have to switch around, and I will probably want to go back here a couple of times. So I'll just press F2 to make a little mark right here. And yeah, let me just check one thing. So in the timer section in our macros sheet, I don't think there's actually a timer that says immunity or something. but it would be better if we had one. So I'm going to create one. I'm going to call it timer invincibility or invincible. Invincible should be good. It's a string, of course, has the same value essentially without the prefix. It's a constant. Done. Okay, so while the timer invincible is running on the player, I don't want the player to take any damage. This is it. So yeah, I will need to go back to the bookmark. Also, let me just check chat. Can I explain what generative AI is? Oh, sure. Essentially, I mean, my definition might not be perfect, but essentially anything that that you can use to generate images by giving them prompts and stuff like this. So Stable Diffusion, ChatGPT, what was the one that was based on like the use the Discord API? I don't remember. Crap. So yeah, essentially when you only give a little text prompt to something or give it an image as a source and tell it to make another image based on that, you can't really use this sort of thing. You can use it to get inspired or maybe, you know, draw over something that a generative AI made. But yeah, I think this is probably for the Fox Hollow Game Jam restriction, I'm guessing. So because they don't want you to use any generative AIs. I think Joe actually mentioned in yesterday's stream that it is fine to use generative AIs to get inspired. So if you come up with an idea for a character, you give it a little text prompt, how the character should look like, and the generative AI will make you an image. But you can't use that image as is. You can just copy and paste it into the game, but you can, once again, use it to I don't know, change a bunch of things on it. I mean, significant changes should be made, I think, if you want to incorporate anything that came out of a generative AI, if you want to, you know, adhere the rules. So yeah, I don't know if this is a good explanation or not, hopefully, but let me know if it's not. Yeah, DALL-E. Yeah, DALL-E is the OpenAI one, and also there's one, something Midjourney. Yeah, this was the one that I couldn't think of. It uses like a Discord interface, and under the hood, I think it still uses a specialized version of Stable Diffusion, but it's not open source. So yeah, essentially these are generative AIs. Oh, and also, of course, generative AI means any sort of media. So I don't think you can use, for example, Suno or Udio to make the music, because it's, once again, generative AI. Okay, this little timer stuff shouldn't be here. I forgot to move that to the macros event sheet when I created it, but never mind. So, okay, this is where the picking up of the artifact happens. And this is where I actually destroy it. And this is where I play the sound. I update the UI, so the counter actually increases. And I'm pretty sure that a new artifact will spawn when the current artifact is destroyed, but I'm just going to check that right now. Oh yes, so when the artifact is destroyed, a little timer spawn artifact timer will start for 2 seconds, and this is once again a value that I just literally specified here instead of putting it in a constant or something, but never mind. So yeah, I'm just going to check one thing, because if the particle is only destroyed at that location, I might not need this event actually. Let me just see all references, and I'm going to filter down to destroy. Yeah, only one destroy action. So I'm going to cut this, remove this, and actually, since there's nothing left in this event sheet, I'm just going to rename it, add the little underscore prefix, so I know that it is empty, and I'm going to close it and go back to the bookmark. And actually, whoops, why am I scrolling? So go back to the bookmark and put the start timer stuff right here, so it's a little more readable. Everything that should happen after a artifact is picked up should be right here. So yeah. Okay, so what I'm going to do is start a timer on the player. This is the invincibility timer that I just made. I have zero idea how long it should run, so I'm just going to say 0.5 for now. And also there's some sort of handling of the same thing already, because the player actually has invincibility when dashing. So I'm just going to check something. So this is, yeah, this should be probably in the tick movement custom action. So if the player's dash timer is running, this is where the extra acceleration value is added, so the player can move faster. And also, someone started vacuuming. I'm hoping it's not audible on the stream. So I'm just looking for the part that, yeah, okay. This is where the player gets healed. And essentially what I want to find is the part where the player gets damaged. So I'm just going to find the player's change HP function, and I'm going to look for the references of this. So there are 3 places where the player's health point should change. And these first 2 instances are for the glory kill and the blind kill. So when you are dashing through enemies, which are either weakened or standing on the other side of a hedge that you are just dashing through. And this is the part where the damage happens for the player. So I'm just going to jump right there. And yeah, sure enough. So right now the player's timer dash is the timer that the game is checking to decide whether to damage the player or not. So I'm just going to check this, change this to timer invincibility. God damn it. I can't type today, so yeah. So if the player's invincibility timer is not running, then the damage will be taken. So I just need to make sure that every time I'm starting the dash timer, I will also need to start the invincibility timer as well. And I am going to probably do something else, because, or I don't know. The question is that, do I want the player to be invincible for the same amount of time when they are dashing and when they are picking up the artifact? Because if I do, then I should really put in a little custom action, which can be called from both places. So there are no 2 magic values or anything in the code. All right, Flavius, take care of whatever you need to take care of course. Right. Also, the player must have a value for the dash time or something. So how long the dash should take. And sure enough, yeah. Dash length is in it's in seconds, of course, and it's 0.3. So I'm just going to create a new, these are getting, there are quite a few, but never mind that. So the player has some rules, essentially. These are variables, instance variables, but they are also not state variables, not so much. These are the rules. So for example, the R health max value holds how many health points the player should have maximum. And also there's ammo max, which is not used anymore, so I will probably remove it soon. Similarly, there's R dash cooldown. This is how long it takes for the dash to cool down. So after you, or not after you finish a dash, but when you start dashing, this will actually start counting down, I think. So from the start of the dash, 1 second will have to go by to start another dash. And there's also the dash damage value. So this is how much damage the enemies should take. I mean, it's a little more complicated than that, but I'm not going to get into that. So because this is a continuous damage, it's multiplied by delta time and stuff like this. So yeah, dash length. Okay, so similarly, I'm going to say dash invincibility length. And I'm actually going to increase this a little because this was requested back, I don't know, like a week ago or something. The bot actually suggested that the dash invincibility should be a little longer, but I didn't want to change the dash length. So it's good that we are separating the two into two timers. So the player will stay a little, the player is still invincible for a little longer. So, right, okay. I'm going to move this right next to the other dash rules, which are here. And I will also artifact invincibility length will be the other one. And for now, I'm also going to say 0.5 seconds, but this may or may not change as well. And also while I'm here, I'm going to create a new rule, a new instance variable called artifact. And this should be the health bonus, and I'm not sure if okay, so health bonus dash kill, health bonus blind kill. So this should be health bonus artifact. It's hopefully not ambiguous what this means. So I'm giving 5 and 10 points. Right now, I'm just going to say 10 points should be added to the player's health when they pick up an artifact. So I'm going to move that right here next to the other two health bonus rule values. And yeah, I think this is mostly it. I'm just going to move these columns so it's a bit more readable. Good. Oh yeah, I totally forgot that it's actually possible to show some, show or hide some instance variables right here in the properties. So I'm going to hide the ones that are state values, state variables, because I really don't want to set these beforehand. So yeah, it's a little less to scroll through. It's still a lot, by the way. Also, essentially, these are state variables as well. So I'm going to hide these. These are the ones that I use to handle the digital inputs. So if a player is, for example, pressing the W key, then the in digital move forward variable will have the value of 1. And if they stop pressing it, then it will change back to 0. And these are the variables that I use in the input handler custom action to actually decide whether the player should move, for example. Okay, so yeah, this was just a tangent. Okay, I am going to check if all the values are correct. So health bonus artifact is 10, dash length remained the same, dash cooldown I didn't touch, and also the invincibility length is 0.5. So artifact invincibility length is a bit of a mouthful, but it's working fine. So I guess I should start using this. So players.r artifact invincibility length should be the length of the timer, the invincibility timer. Yeah, I think this is all right. If the invincibility timer is already running on the player, for example, if the player is dashing through an enemy, killing them because they were weakened, and also the player turned invincible because of the dash, and they also managed to pick up an artifact during this dash, then the artifact will actually kind of restart the timer. So it will extend the invincibility window for the player, which is, I think, okay, hopefully. Okay, so this is all right. I also need to heal the player, so I'm going to say players change HP, and I am going to specify players.r, and what was it called? Health bonus artifact. So this is the value that gets added to the player's health point when they pick up an artifact. Yeah, the visibility of the artifact is turned off at the first tick that the collision happens. I don't really do any collision checks in this game, by the way. I mean, not conventional ones. I just use distance checks to make sure that things are actually colliding, essentially. So yeah, and this is right here to make sure that this doesn't run too many times. Okay, so this is all right, I think. So we are healing the player, we are starting the invincibility window. We also need to start the invincibility window when the dash happens. So it should be, yeah, right here. There's this on input dash custom action. And this starts already 2 timers, the dash and the dash cooldown. So just like this, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to say self.r dash invincibility length should be the duration, and I'm going to change the timer tag to timer invincible. Okay, so right now the dash runs for 0.3 seconds, the dash cooldown runs for 1 second, and the invincible timer runs for 0.5 seconds. Good. Okay. Did I forget anything? That's the question. So picking up the artifact heals the player, makes them invincible, and oh yeah, what I actually started to do, we need to increase the value of the, I forgot its name, but enemy density. Yeah. So I'm just going to say set value enemy density, and what we need to do is to set a little maximum for this. So I'm going to say min, and this will choose the smaller value. So enemy density, enemy density plus C enemy density change. This should increase the current value, but it shouldn't be more than the C enemy density max value. So this should be the ceiling, essentially. So this will make sure that more enemies are spawning when you pick up artifacts, hopefully. And I will need to test that back. Hey Flavius, I don't know if you heard what happened in the last couple of minutes, but essentially, hopefully now the player should get health when they are picking up the artifact, and they should also start a little invincibility timer, courtesy of you. And also the enemy density should change, which means that more enemies will start spawning after you pick up an artifact. And yeah, I'm going to test this now. So the music is off. I'm going to turn down the sounds a little. So let's just play this. So right now, the enemy count is still going up, 40, 50. So it should still reach the same value, or even something lower. Did I change that? Let me just check. It was 0.4 at the start. And right now it's still 0.4. Okay, so it should be the same value essentially than what it was in the previous build. So it's 90, now 100, and yeah, 102 for some reason. 103 now, okay. This is fine. This is one of those areas that for some reason have a bunch of enemies. I mean, the reason is that it's randomized in a way that it is, which is not the best way probably, because right now it's quite a possible scenario that the first area that you enter actually have a bunch of enemies, especially if you took your time to enter it, because as the enemies are spawning every 2 seconds, the longer you stay in an area, the higher the chance that you are actually going to run into a bunch of enemies. Okay, so right now the max is still the same because I haven't picked up the artifact. I'm going to... Okay, kill those guys. Area clear. Let's go to the next one. Boom. Ah, crap. I pressed the dash button at the wrong time. Okay. God damn, it's still not the area that that has the artifact, but this is fine. Good. So I have 45 health points at this point. I'm just going to... I don't know if it will be easy to test that, but... I don't know, yeah. Maybe I will increase the time. I mean, I'm pretty sure that it made the player invincible, but it was such a short period that yeah, not great. Also, now that I picked up the artifact, there are now 116 enemies. So the enemy density have shifted. And I died. Okay. It's something. So it's going to get harder and harder the more that artifacts you get. Exactly. Although there's like a ceiling. But yeah, it will indeed get harder because there will be more enemies on the level. It doesn't necessarily mean that you will encounter more enemies every time you enter a room because of the way they spawn, but the chance is higher and it's gradually getting higher. So yeah, I would say that the ramp up difficulty stuff is checked. So I'm just going to change this. This is the new way I do things because I can just copy and paste it right into the devlog on itch, because it's in markdown, so this will just turn into a little bullet point. Okay, artifact pickup health bonus and short immunity window, this is also done. So I'm not going to say short, but it is short, but this I'm already going to change, I think. So I will need to change it right here. So artifact invincibility length, I'm going to say 2 seconds. Or, just for testing sake, I'm going to say 10 seconds, which is mental, but also this will be easy to test. Just to make sure that this is actually working, because I'm not quite sure that it is. So, if I pick up an artifact and there are enemies, I will have a 10-second invincibility window right now. Oh, this is convenient. This is very close, actually. Okay, not the right area, but yeah, almost. But this should be the right area. Okay, so I am getting damaged right now. Good. I pick up the artifact. And indeed, the invincibility timer seems to be working because I don't get damaged. I'm hoping that... Okay, I think the 10 seconds is probably up now. Oh yeah, now it is. It is up. So, okay. Flavius, do you have a suggestion how long the player should stay invincible when they pick up an artifact? Because, of course, 10 seconds is not something I want to put into the game, but I don't know, like 1 or 2 or something? Do you have a suggestion? 10 HP for artifact pickup. Yes, this is also the current value, if you agree. I thought that I don't want to give too much of health bonus because I don't want the game to be too easy, but this will really need to be tested by more people because, yeah, I'm not the best person to actually balance the game because I played so much of it so already. That is a bit much, you think? You mean for the 5 seconds window for the artifact pickup stuff? Okay, we can try that. Although if it's going to be this long, I'm pretty sure that I want to give like some visual feedback to let the player know that they are actually invincible. And I think I might just use the current vignette or whatever it's called, which is on this layer. So this blue stuff, vignette heal, is actually showing up when you heal. But I think it's fine to also use this to signify that the player is invincible. So I'm just going to find all references of that. Okay, so there's a little tween going on, and there's an actual function called show heal that happens, and I think this is called by the change HP custom action. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, this is not bad, but the problem is that the length of time that I want to show this vignette stuff should really be variable. Okay, and this just works by, sorry, I don't know why that's to do here. I'm pretty sure I did everything that I wanted to do right here, but okay. So the damage stuff is actually hidden. Oh yeah, no, it's just updated, right? Because it's possible to have the damage vignette as well. Yeah, in previous versions, the damage vignette, the red border stuff, actually stayed on. So when you get damaged, you actually have a deteriorating vision, but this was too much, so we kind of cancelled it. I don't think this is needed anymore because of this. So there are more than 1 frames of the damage vignette. And as you can see, it's getting darker and darker, and the transparent window is actually a lot smaller in the later parts. So the game actually interpolates your health to the right frame of this animation. So when you get damaged when you have low health, it will actually have a more significant effect. However, the healing thing is much simpler. It's just a single frame, this one, and this will just flash for a little while when you are getting healed. And it doesn't take into account how many points you get healed or the whole invincibility thing, but I'm pretty sure it should. So I'm just going to think about that. And also check chat and hydrate. Pulls a green border around the screen or something around the world. Yeah, the reason we didn't use green. Green is a bit more generic healing effect, but since the whole freaking level is green because of all the grass and the hedges, the shrubbery, we figured that it should be probably a different color because it might not be as visible if everything is green and we are flashing a green vignette. So we ended up using the blue one. Or text that says 5 seconds of immunity. Yeah, text is something that we might add, but right now I have a bit of a beef with the whole text system anyway, because there are a bunch of freaking texts, and I don't know if a fast-paced game like this is actually warrants this many text messages. Now there are text messages appearing in 3 different locations, and there's also the HUD. So yeah, I try to not add any more text messages. For example, I think in one of the timer actions, I actually wanted to do something. Yeah, it's disabled. So for example, when the player is dashing through stuff, I actually put in a little stuff that counts the damage that they have inflicted during the dash. And if it was a high number, I would have displayed a little extra text that flashes up like, wow, or brutal, or good, or something that signifies how much damage they inflicted during this dash. But I ended up removing that because there's just too many text messages, too many notifications for the player. So yeah, I think I'm just going to go with the blue vignette, but I will also need to figure out something that that is a little different, so the vignette actually stays on for a while. Right now it fades in 1 second. And as I mentioned, this is only used in 1 location, and this location is right here. So when the player gets healed. Question is the timer, the invincibility timer, already running in all cases? But I don't think so. Yeah, so this function actually stops the tween and resets it every time it's called, which is fine because we only used it in the healing stuff. But if I want to use this for the invincibility, this means that the vignette should be visible for a time and also fade out once the invincibility is over. So I wonder if it would be a good idea to have the end value at a different value. So right now it fades back to 0 opacity, so it's hidden essentially. But I guess I could do something like players timer, and I will need to check the documentation. So what I want to do is check if the player's invincibility timer is running, and if it's running, then I don't want the vignette to fade out completely, just to like 50% or something. And once the timer is up, then I will make sure that the vignette is faded out. So I think I'm going to try this, but just check the documentation first. Yellow, white, you mean the border? White for immunity like divinity. Ooh, this also sounds good. Okay, I will consider it, definitely. Let me just check if the... yeah, the problem is that right now the color is baked into the sprite, but of course I can just remake this sprite because I'm pretty sure I made it, not even Tibor, I think I just opened the vignette damage one in Photoshop and added like a color filter or something, so yeah. White could work, but I'm just not sure if it won't be like, you know, like a flashbang in Counter-Strike or something. But we can check that. So, okay, so what was I doing? Yeah, I was checking documentation of the timer behavior because I want to check if the timer is running, but using an expression. Okay, so total time. The time in seconds since the timer was with a specific tag was started with its start timer action. This is only useful with regular timers, blah, blah, blah. So this is not useful for me, definitely. Okay. Because this is a one-off timer, or in construct terms, it's, I don't remember how it's called, but yeah. Once, yeah. In Godot, it's one-off, if I remember correctly. So just a timer that runs once and done. Okay, duration. So I guess if a timer is not running, then this should return 0, but it's a little disheartening that the documentation doesn't mention that. What happens if a timer is not running? What value is returned? Because in some cases, construct returns -1, for example, in kind of similar situations. So yeah, we'll just have to check that. So I'm just going to try the current time stuff. So it returns how many seconds have passed, or no, I'm going to say try the duration stuff. So duration, timer, invincible, and I'm going to assume that this is something that is bigger than 0, hopefully, if the timer is running, and 0 or -1 if it's not. So if this is true-ish, I guess, then I want the end value to be 50. And otherwise I want the end value to be 0. So if the player is picking up like, the player is healing by dashing through an enemy, then the blue vignette should fade out completely. But if the timer is running, I will want to only fade it out to 50%. So yeah, I will need to call this, I think when I start the invincibility timer as well. Although I might not have to do that, because let me just find once again this part. So the invincibility timer starts right here, and then I heal the player. So actually the show heal function will be called anyway, and it will be called after the invincible timer will start. So this should be good. The only thing that I need to handle is to fade out the vignette opacity to 0 after the invincibility has expired. So, yep. And for this, I think I'm just going to go back and check if I didn't forget to include the right tween tag. Yeah, so tween opacity is the tween tag for the vignette heal stuff. So I just need to grab the event sheet where I keep my tween triggers, and I'm going to say vignette heal on finished, on the tween finished, and tween opacity is the one. And no, what am I doing? Sorry. Timer. I need to look up for the timer. Look up the timer. So players on timer, timer invincibility, good. And right now I need to fade out the vignette stuff. So I'm just going to say directly vignette tween 1 property, and this one property will be once again the opacity tween. So I'm just going to make sure the tag is there. Opacity to 0 in 0.5 seconds, for example. I don't know if I use any easing in the show heal function. Let me just check that. Out cubic. Yeah, why not? I'm going to use that as well right here. Out cubic. Ah, crap, I can't type. Out cubic. Okay, done. Right. I think it should be working. It's probably not, but let me just check. I'm going to run the game and test this. If construct also agrees with me. Oh dang, my PC is melting. Right, so let's just find the, all right, there it is. Let's just find the artifact. I might want to add some developer cheats which kill the enemies instantly or something if I enter a new area. So I don't actually have to do that, but the problem is that I kind of like doing that, so why not? That was a bit tricky. I was dashing back and I still managed to kill the weakened enemy. Never mind. Okay, so let me just what the crap. I accidentally dashed through the wall after killing the last enemy, so okay. So when I pick this up, okay, this is cool, and it should fade out after 5 seconds. Alright, Flavius, did you see that? If you did, what do you think? Is this good, or is this not very informative or something? Meanwhile, I'm going to go for the other artifact, so you can check that again. Yeah, I think I'm going to put in some developer cheats for sure. I mean, even Bernardo did that the last time, so after some consideration. But I'm pretty sure that he kind of likes just playing the game, because it's not only fun to do that. I mean, after a while it might not be that fun, but it's not only fun to actually play your own game, but you can also, you know, find some bugs along the way or something. So developer cheats are not a good idea all the time, but they can make your life easier as well, of course. So yeah, I think I'm just going to go ahead and make a little cheat right now. So yeah, this is where I usually put my dev stuff in the E input event sheet. So I'm just going to say if the player presses E, I'm just going to kill all enemies, and not all enemies, just the enemies in the current area. So enemies Variable check and area ID. If the area ID of the enemies is the same as the area ID of the player, this means that they are in the same area or room. So player's area ID, okay, and for all enemies I'm going to say enemies change HP, and I could probably say something like self.health, which just means that they will get damaged for their current health. So if they have 5, then -5. If they have 10, then -10. This could work. The Captain Coder is here. Hello. Captain, I'm terribly sorry, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned that I couldn't finish the game partially because I was working on this, to be honest. But I will actually finish the top-down shooter called Get the Hat next week. That's my plan. I was stupid enough to partake in 2 gems at the same time, and your gems deadline was on Wednesday, and the other gems deadline was on Tuesday. So I had to get this game to a working condition, and I kind of get swamped with work on Wednesday morning, which was unfortunate because I really wanted to spend the whole Wednesday morning. I mean, in my time zone, the deadline for your gem was at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and my plan was to start streaming around 9 or 10 in the morning and make a typical 4D type of deal by submitting the game at the last minute or something, which is what I usually do with gems. And yeah, I couldn't because yeah, I got a few calls for work, and yeah, here we are. So yeah, but I can promise you that I will finish the game next week. So yeah, this is where we are. Oh yeah, also I just put in a developer cheat, so let me check if it's working. Bang. No, it's not. I mean, it looks like the enemy is getting damaged, but not for the right amount. So let's just do -infinity, because we can. No problem. Nothing to put. I know, but you know, I wanted to tell you essentially my excuse. So yeah. How are you doing, by the way? Have you started looking at the entries, the dev logs and stuff like this, or are you starting with the games themselves, or maybe with the game design documents or something? What's your process? And how many of you, by the way, are doing the judging? Because I'm not sure how this works. Is it all on your shoulders, or are you employing some other folks to do some of the work of the judging and rating and stuff like this? Okay, I still don't know why I'm not using the developer cheats, but let me just find the last enemy and press E. Okay, now they are freaking dead. Good. Dash. Ooh, that was a blind kill. Okay, so picking up this, the little blue filter stays on. And now it's gone. And this is not quite sure why. I'm going to try something. Maybe something is stopping the tween prematurely. Looks like when I'm dashing through the wall is actually stopping the tween. But this might not be the... Oh yeah, I know what's happening. Yeah. I know what's happening. Okay. So the invincibility timer is actually restarting with a smaller amount. Okay. I am going to try something. Doing well. We'll be playing them on stream on Wednesday. That's nice. I'm going to check in, I think. 3 judges, including yourself. That's good. It's better to have a team, I guess, to do this sort of thing. It's quite demanding. And also you don't want to end up where the Pirate Software Jam situation ended up last time. I think they were a little bit unprepared for the number of entries. But, I mean, who could have been prepared for that, man? So, okay, I want to check if the player's invincibility timer is already running. Because right now the problem is that if the player picks up the artifact, then they will remain invincible for 5 seconds. However, if they dash through a hedge wall, because of the dash, the invincibility timer will get reset no matter how far in it was, and it will just go down. So I have really two options, and I'm just contemplating which one is the more readable, because they are both easy to implement. Essentially, one option is to have two invincibility timers and have them distinctly named. So one is invincibility dash and the other one is invincibility artifact or something. So I know which invincibility timers are running, and they can run in parallel without problems. So I can still start a dash invincibility timer when the artifact invincibility timer is running, and it won't be affected. Or the other option is to have just the one, but make sure that if it's already running, then it will possibly get extended, but won't be prematurely ended. I kind of like the latter one better. So I'm just going to search for all occurrences of the invincibility timer macro. So this will give me a list where I use it. So this is where the artifact picking up stuff happens, and the artifact's invincibility timer is quite long anyway. But just to be sure, maybe this should be changed as well, in case something else comes up later that even has an even longer invincibility timer. So yeah, but the most problematic stuff is right here. So this is where the dashing is actually happening. These are the two invincibility timers right now, and this is quite short because it only uses the it uses the player's dash invincibility length variable, which is at 0.5 seconds at this moment. So yeah, this could be a problem, because this will just immediately shorten the length of the invincibility timer that you started when you picked up an artifact, which is not great. Which means right now, if you dash, then you get rid of the artifact invincibility timer. Right. I'm guessing that the duration should be like a which one is bigger type situation. So something like max, and either this value, which is the dash invincibility length, or the self.timer. Self in this case is referring to the player because the action is related to the player. So I could have just used players or player right here. Players is the family, player is the object type, but okay, I'm just going to say self. So self.timer, whoops, let me just fix that. Timer invincibility, if I could type. But okay, what am I doing? So timer dot and current time should be the remaining one, right? The time in seconds since on timer last triggered for a timer with a specific tag. This is a weird sentence. Or maybe I'm just being thick. And not in a thick-neck way, but in a stupid way. On timer is the end of a timer. Okay. I would guess that this just holds the value, how long the timer's been running, but I might be wrong. We'll see, I guess. So essentially, this just checks if a timer is already running, an invisibility timer is already running, then it won't get reset. Now the question is, do I want to extend it? But no, I don't, because then the player could just continuously dash and essentially stay invincible for forever, I think. So yeah, I don't know if this is going to work, but we'll see. Okay, there's like a 3-second delay before the first artifact shows up. This is intentional. I'm not going to shoot anything right now. I'm just going to keep pressing E to kill all the enemies in my current area. Okay, so now if I pick up this artifact and start dashing immediately, then it shouldn't reset my invincibility from the artifact, which is 5 seconds. And it still looks like it does. Crap. Okay. Let me just check one more thing. I'm also going to employ another developer cheat, but in this case I just want something to be logged to the console. And what I want is to player... I'm not even going to say anything, just log the value of the player's current invincibility timer's current time expression. So timer invincibility or invincible. I keep saying invincibility even though the timer is called invincible, so I'm tempted to rename it. Done. Okay, so let me just check. Okay, this should be good. So right now I'm going to open the developer console once again with F12, and if I dash and press Q, okay, so right now it returns 0 if I don't dash, and if I dash and press Q immediately, this is a bit weird, but I'm guessing that I'm just slow, or maybe my keyboard is ghosting. Oh yeah, okay, so there was this 0.4 second stuff because the invincibility length for the dash should be 0.5. So yeah, okay, now I managed to quickly press space and then Q. So this should be the remaining timer, and not the time that has elapsed since the timers since the timer was started. So this is the problem, I think. Okay, I did make a change, not here, but crap, I'm a bit lost, sorry. Please hold. I'm just going to check. Okay, so this is where I start. No, this is not where I start the timer. What? Okay. Yeah, I'm going to put a little bookmark here as well. So when I'm dashing, I am starting the invincibility timer, and the bigger value I need to grab from here, but as it turns out, current time is actually counting down and not up. So what I need to do, I think, is something like this. Use the duration expression to get the current invincibility timer's whole duration. In this case, if I pick up an artifact, this should be 5. And subtract the current time, which is the time that is remaining on the timer, I guess. And so this will, for example, if I press dash 1 second after picking up an artifact, then this should be 5 minus 1, so 4 seconds, which just means that dashing will actually happen like usual, but the invincibility timer will restart with essentially the time that is left on the original invincibility timer caused by the artifact. Yeah. I know what's going on, or not. We'll see. Okay, so give me an artifact, please. Okay, so the coast is clear. I'm going to pick this up. I'm also going to okay, I think it's working now, although the values that were printed are a little interesting. Okay, let me just check this again. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely counting up. Or is it? Now I'm totally confused. So current time, it's counting up. Right. And what I'm doing is oh yeah, okay. I'll just get confused for a second, but yeah, this is the correct implementation, I think. So yeah, since the timer is the current time expression returns a value that is counting up, I need to subtract that from the total duration of the invincibility timer. Okay, this is fine, I think. So, whoops, sorry. I hope this wasn't loud. Let me just check my to-do list. So, artifact pickup health bonus immunity window. Yeah, this is something that I already added to the complete list, but we also fixed the bug because there was an issue with and also the invincibility is now decoupled from the dash stuff, which is great. So the player can still a little bit more, I mean, for a little, the player can stay invincible for a little longer than the actual dash window. So they stop moving, but they will still, for like 0.2 seconds, they will remain invincible. So yeah, okay, this is fine. Let me just check the list and look for something else. Slightly randomized enemy rate of fire. This should be hopefully an easy one. So I'm going to do that. Essentially, what we need to come up is a min-max situation. So right now the enemy's rate of fire is fixed. If I select the enemies on the object templates layout, which is just a big warehouse of all the objects that I'm spawning during runtime and that are not on the layout at first. So this is where I need to select my enemies. There are two, so I'm just going to click the first one at first. And projectile speed is also something that we might want to change at one point, because yesterday Bernardo mentioned that the enemy projectiles are freaking fast, and he's right about that. Although it's a bit intentional, because I do want the player to dash sideways to try to prevent the projectiles from hitting them. But this might be a bit hard, but this is balancing stuff, so I will need to have some more input from other players to actually make a decision on that. Meanwhile, the attack cooldown value is right here. So it's 1.2 for this little guy, and it's 1.5 for the other one, which is not bad, but I guess it could be something that is not so static. So they actually don't have the same attack cooldown, which is cool, but I will add a second instance variable, and it should be probably in the same format as the health stuff. I mean, I'm not correct to say that, but yeah, so there should be like a minimum and a maximum value, and the game will select an actual value during runtime. So attack cooldown is probably used in a couple places. Yeah, exactly. 2, or maybe just 1. No, these are different actions. Let me just check how things work right now. So when I initialize the enemies, I start the attack cooldown timer, which means that the enemy will actually wait for a little while before shooting at first. So essentially they start from a non-cool state when they spawn. But this doesn't really matter because they spawn beforehand. So when the player is dashing through a hedge wall to enter a new area, the enemies will actually start shooting them immediately, which is not good, by the way. This is also something that is not very fair to the player. So maybe the attack cooldown stuff shouldn't be started when the enemy is spawned, but it should be started when the enemies are enabled, so to speak, because this already happens, by the way. So the enemy's physics movements are disabled, so they don't take up any processing power. So enemies are essentially sleeping until the player enters the area where they are. So, okay, I'm going to cut the timer that starts the cooldown stuff, the attack cooldown, and already move it somewhere else. So let's just look for the custom action for the player, which is run when a new area is entered. So right here, this custom action is called when the player is switching areas, so when they are dashing through the hedge walls. And I am picking up all the enemies that are in that area. And right here, I'm just going to put in this little timer stuff. So the attack cooldown is actually started right here at first. So when you're dashing through the wall, you actually have a little window to, get your bearings, and you don't get immediately attacked by the enemies, which should be better. I think I'm going to note this because this is not something that I intended to do right now, but yeah, it's not the best sentence that I ever written, but this is only for the devlog niche, so I don't think many people read it anyway. It's mostly for me, so I know what happens in which build. So, okay, this is fine. And the other situation I'm guessing is that when the enemies, attack custom action is actually run, so when the enemies are shooting the projectiles, it happens right here, they also start the attack cooldown right here. So what I need to do is actually add 2 instance variables. One will be called attack cooldown. And the question is, do I want the attack cooldown randomized when the enemy is spawning? So the same enemy will always have the same cooldown, or do I want it randomized after each attack? But I don't think I would want to do that. Not at this point, because that would mean that the enemy's attack cooldowns are completely unpredictable. I mean, to factor, they will be unpredictable because they are also randomized at when the enemies are spawned, but the rate won't change during one enemy's lifetime if I only do the randomization in the beginning. Okay, so I'm going to rename this to attack cooldown min and add another instance variable called attack cooldown max. And what I need to do is to actually reference the attack cooldown instance variable when starting the attack cooldown timers. But of course, attack cooldown is 0 by default, so when I'm spawning the enemy, I need to initialize this variable to something that is between this and this. So right here, I'm going to say, just like when I initialize the health, so I set it to the health max value or variable of the enemy. I'm also going to say set value attack cooldown random r attack, self.r attack cooldown min and self.r attack cooldown max. So this just picks a random value between this, which is inclusive, and this, which is not inclusive, but I don't care about that. So yeah, this should set the attack cooldown of each enemy randomly, but it will stay the same during the enemy's lifetime. So what I just need to do now is actually come up with the actual values. So right now it's 1.5. I'm going to reduce it to 1.4 for the minimum, or no, sorry. The minimum is actually a little bit tricky because, oh no, it's all right. I mean, this will mean that the enemy will fire faster, of course, but yeah, let's just go with 1.3 and 1.8, 9, I don't know. I'm just randomly picking numbers, so. And for this dude, I think 1.2 is fine. It's quite short anyway, and 1.7 should be the maximum amount. So this will actually kind of slow down the pace a little bit, I guess. So I will need to check how this plays right now, how roughly this plays. Okay, so let's just do what needs to be done. Dash through a couple hedges. Okay, this is a lot, I think. Yeah, when the enemy is too high up in the air, then you can dash through them. So they need to be more or less close to the ground. Okay. Oh, you're still there? Here? Okay. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, this is a little better. So in the previous build, when I dashed through, when I would have dashed through the hedge and the enemy was standing right next to me, I would have gotten damaged right away because they could just immediately fire a projectile, which is, you know, challenging because it just means that you don't that you don't really, if you don't really pay attention to your health, or if you have a skill issue, then you can end up dead if you have low health and enter a new area, because there's a chance that you immediately get damaged and you have 0 chance to block it. But this wasn't so horrible, I think, because the player is really incentivized to heal by dashing through enemies anyway. So if they just manage to keep like a 50-60 health point state throughout the game, then they should be fine. The problem is when they only have like 10 or 20 health points and they enter a new area, especially if they are unfortunate to enter a new area where there are enemies standing right next to the point where they dashed through the hedge. Yeah. So that could be problematic. And it could feel unfair. So this is not something that I want, although games like this and these, I mean, like, I'm not putting it in the same category as Doom or Heretic or Hexen or anything like that, but yeah, Doom is not really known for being fair anyway, so it's challenging even if you're playing on the normal difficulty, I think. Or maybe, once again, this is just a skill issue, but I had a bunch of trouble playing through Doom 16 and I couldn't even finish it, by the way, which I really need to do. It was a freaking good game, but oh boy, it was freaking hard at times. Although my biggest problem was probably with the aiming, because I ran out of ammo all the freaking time. Luckily, in this game, you don't ever do that, and I don't intend to add any ammunition limitation or something. We did have it in the beginning, so the first build that was actually looking like an FPS, because I already mentioned that this was going to be a top-down shooter, but we changed it to a first-person shooter at one point, sometime in last week. But yeah, so when we initially made the change, so now it's first-person shooter, we had an ammo limitation, and you could have picked up ammunition and stuff like this, so the usual conventional stuff. But then we removed it because it would have slowed the game down, and the point of this is to just get into the faces of the enemies and freaking demolish them with your dash skill. So, and shooting is fine, of course, because you do have to weaken them to dash through them to gain health and stuff, but I didn't want to add any ammo restriction. Right. Okay, I'm just going to skip this because it's a huge freaking area. This is also something that I might want to tone down a bit, because some of the areas, as they are completely randomly joined together from the polyomino shapes, the tetramino shapes, I mean, it's quite possible that some of the areas are freaking huge. For example, if I go to the super secret map view, this area is humongous. I mean, what the heck? And it's full of enemies as well, so yeah, it's not great to live here. And this is especially problematic because I'm here right now in this area and I need to go here, so I will definitely need to go through that. Okay, let's just see what happens. Okay, so yeah, this is the area that I was talking about. Actually, right now we have some debug information right here on the top, skill issue. Yeah. It's not exactly a reference to yesterday's 2NN stream, but it could be, might as well be, because yeah, there were some skill issues, but I mean, it's a different category. I mean, I saw Bernardo play, what is the Wizard Death Simulator? Noita, yeah. On the Sag stream when Salim was visiting her mom. And Bernardo played some Noita, and I was like, holy, what are you doing, dude? I mean, he probably played it for a while, although he did say that he was playing it for the first time, but I'm pretty sure that he was bullshitting us. But yeah, holy crap, that dude has some skills. And this doesn't mean, of course, that he's skillful in all sorts of games, but I'm pretty sure that his reflexes, for example, and aiming skills are a lot better than mine. I am an old dude anyway, and I've never been that good with FPSs anyway, so... Okay, so yeah, this is a humongous freaking area. There are still 8 enemies left here, so... Well, okay. I'm just going to try to stay alive. Also, this part is not skipped because I do want to check the balance of the game. Because right now we changed a bunch of things. The enemy rate of fire has changed, and yeah, mostly this is the most significant change, but it's quite possible that this have made the game a little too easy. I mean, at least compared to the previous one. And I think the previous version, the one that Bernardo played yesterday, for example, it was okay, I think. I mean, there was no difficulty progression in it, and now there is. So, for example, we have now 145 enemies total. So this was probably one of the reasons that there were, like, I don't know, 15 enemies in the previous area, which is, I think, the same area as I'm here, back in the same room. But yeah, so also I think there are some performance problems, although this could have been just the streaming that is happening and the recording, but I'm pretty sure that the game is running a little worse than before. But I will have to check that off stream, because it's also possible that it's exactly the same. Although we have more enemies now on the map, so this might have something to do with that. And there's very little optimization in the game at this point. So I do hide some parts of it, but not a lot. And I don't disable, I think, the enemies completely. They still, you know, show up. They just don't move around when you're not in the same area of them. But yeah, there's stuff to be done, optimization-wise, definitely. Okay, so it's all right, I think. I'm going to check back on the to-do list. And slightly randomized enemy rate of fire is going on the build 28 complete list. So I think I might do a build right now, because why not? This was roughly the same amount of changes and features that I usually incorporate in a build, so yeah, might as well put it up on itch so you guys can try it if you want. And also I'm going to start a new build, which I usually do by saving the project file as a new one and bumping up the version number. So right now I'm just going to click export, then web, then next, and save the zip file, overwrite the previous one, and actually run the little script which uploads it to the itch page. God damn, my PC is freaking dying over here. I really need to use the other laptop I have. It's a bit beefier than this one, but it's also heavy. And usually I'm moving stuff around when I'm doing the streaming. I'm not streaming from home. This is a friend's place, a little office. And the other PC I usually use at home for gaming it. I don't really want to move it around all the time, but I think I will have to, because this is not the optimum way to do streaming. Get good, yeah. I think I have an emote from the Boogies for this. I typed in GitHub. Bit of a Freudian slip or something. A nerdian slip or something. Okay, the new build is up. Yeah, these screenshots really need to be updated, and also this video, because there are no fences on the hedge walls, even though there are enemies in this area. So yeah, it looks a bit different now. The fences we added like 2 days ago or something, maybe 3. I don't know. And this video was probably taken on Tuesday, I think. Okay, I'm just going to quickly check if the new build is working correctly. So build 28, this is good. I am going to mute the oh crap. I wanted to mute the music, but it is already muted. I forgot to disable the, renable this one. So I'm just going to do that. And also to do prod comments, these I'm going to remove so you guys cannot cheat like I did. Because right now, if you press E while you're in a room with enemies, then they will immediately perish. Which is, yeah, not very sportsmanlike or something. Construct, please save the freaking project file and give me back control. There's like a little time delay after you save a project. You can't immediately press export. But I'm a patient man, this is fine. Yeah, I clicked export and nothing happened. I'm pretty sure they're using like a freaking JavaScript set timeout or something just to be safe. And probably for good reason, so I couldn't even imagine how it would freaking how I would do things if I were in Skirer's shoes. I mean, making a game development engine, a proper game engine with the IDE and everything, running in the freaking browser, in Chromium of all things. God damn. There are a bunch of workarounds I think they are using because there's no other way to do certain things. So yeah. Let's upload the new version, which is almost the same as the old version, but it also has music and no developer cheats. So that's not good. You mean the little delay stuff, or which part? Sorry, I didn't check chat in time. Oh yeah, yeah, the dev cheat. Yeah, and it was also with the button E, like exploit or something. So yeah, now it should be removed. I didn't test it, but we'll do it. Okay, so now the music starts up. I'm going to press M to mute it. Also, I'm going to turn down the volume as well a little bit, so these sound effects are not as... Okay, if I press E, nothing happens, which is good. So the developer cheats are no longer available in this build. Okay. Okay. I'm staying invincible, seemingly, and now I'm not. Good. Let me just check it one more time, if that is working, because I wasn't completely sure, but it really should be working. So... yeah, this is something that I like to do, although it's a little weird. So I'm dashing through an enemy. I mean, I start dashing through an enemy, even though they are not weakened. And before I get real close to them, I also fire. So it will actually trigger their weakened position after I start dashing. And this will just mean that I kill them anyway, so like this. I freaking love how this looks, like the shadow coming out of from behind the... yeah. It's weird that the graphics are so freaking simple and they are built upon lies, essentially. All the lights that you see around the projectiles are just completely freaking fake. These are sprites that have this little tween, so their size actually changes a little. This is something very similar to what Tani did for the Captain Coder's Game Jam game that he made. What was it called? Why am I skipping on the name? Something to do with light and dark and stuff. God damn. So yeah, he added like very cool light effects as well, and he added flickering. We essentially did the same flickering stuff around the same time. We even talked about it on this stream, I think. So yeah, these are completely freaking fake. These are just sprites on the ground that move along with the projectiles, and the effect that makes them look like proper lights is just the same effect as you can do blending options in Photoshop, and you can specify the additive or add or something it's called blending option. So essentially, I think the colors are the color values are added together, so it will get a little lighter if you are using light colors. So it will get more lighter or something. It's not the traditional blending. Although I don't know anything about this stuff, by the way. I'm just talking out of my ass. So yeah, but these are totally freaking fake. There is no actual lighting going on or anything. And the other thing that that makes it a little, I don't know, atmospheric is this fog stuff that you can see in action right here. So the walls are actually there, They have a different, I mean, the fog has a different color than the background, so this effect is achieved like this. And if you get closer, the fog will, you know, diminish a little, and you start seeing the actual textures of the, once again, completely 2.5D objects. Just big boxes, essentially. Oops, that was a little early. I'm going to start making stuff again soon. I'm just going to pick up one more artifact. If I make it anyway. Okay. Oops. Okay. The music in the background is really making a little dent in the action. The high octane, high paced action of the game. God damn. Why are there so many freaking enemies? Okay, I wanted to check this. So I get fired, I mean I get hit, and now, okay, I actually take damage after 5 seconds. Good. I think I'm going to stop right here because I'm going to die anyway. Good. So just refresh this and let's go back to construct. Right, so the bookmarks that I placed around here are actually no longer needed because things seem to be working fine, at first sight anyway. So I'm just going to remove these. It fits perfectly, yeah. Very chill atmosphere with the with the continuous murdering action that is going on. Okay, so build 29 is what we are starting right now. And I'm actually going to bump up the version number to 29 and make a new version of the project file. So it actually ends with B29. Good. So let's just make a few more easy things. Also, let me check how long I've been doing this. 2.5 hours. Okay, good. I'm starting to feel it, and also I haven't had lunch, so I think I might probably want to do that soon. So I'm just going to make a few more tiny additions to the game, and then I think I'm going to call it, have lunch, and possibly check on the nerds around 4 o'clock. I mean local time. Okay, so leaf particle is something that I really want to experiment with, but since this is a visual thing and Tibor drew it, I think I want to do that while he's in the vicinity and he can check on the whole thing. So essentially, I usually defer these visual decisions to him as he made the art. I mean, Tibor has made all the freaking visual art that is in the game, and it looks freaking good, I think. So he knows his stuff. I would rather ask how he imagines the whole particle effect to look. Because we talked about it, but we didn't I didn't write down any concrete requirements or anything, so. I'm going to meet him this afternoon, by the way, so there's a good chance that there will be an actual new build. Unless we actually start making something for Fox Hollow, for the Fox Hollow gem, which is a possibility, definitely. Okay, so I'm going to do a little prototype skybox, I think. No, I'm just going to do the loading screen first because it should be easy. It's not going to look good or anything. Maybe I'll ask Tibor to make a little loading, actual loading background or something. Meanwhile, I can make a placeholder, make it work, and then we can just replace the graphics once again. So I'm going to create a new layer on top of everything else, and I'm going to call it loading. And since I'm going to reference this layer, I never do that by using string literals, so I'm just going to create a macro, a global constant for this new layer. So as you can see, there are a bunch of layers right here already. I mean macros for layers. So I'm just going to say layer loading is the new one. The value should be the same as the name of the layer. So this is how we'll actually find it. So when I'm referencing the layer loading macro or global variable, I mean constant, then actually construct just translates it to the string that says loading and find the same layer that has the name loading. So what I want to do at first is to make it initially visible. And initially interactive, I don't think it's going to have any interactivity. I mean, no buttons that you can click or anything. So I'm just going to turn this off. Sorry. Also, I think I'm going to disable transparency for this layer because I do want this layer to cover up everything. And I could just give it a background color or something, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, this doesn't even really matter because I'm just going to put the same sprite, I think, that I have on the start screen. So actually, when you start a level on the start screen, it will go to the level layout, but it will look the same because the loading layer will contain the same background that is on the start screen. So yeah, this could be the first implementation, I guess. Yeah, this layer also needs to be 2D, and it also needs to have 0 parallax, just to be sure. Right, okay. So I'm going to copy the object. This one is just a tiled background, actually. Oh yeah, because it can be looped, right? Good. Yeah, so I'm just going to copy this and paste it on the loading layer, so right here. Also, I'm going to lock on the rest of the layers so I don't accidentally select and move stuff around on them. I'm just going to place it right here. And I'm pretty sure that this is like semi-transparent. Okay, so the background color of this layer is black on the start screen. And this has a 25% opacity. So to achieve the exact same effect, I need to make this layer completely black. And yeah, this now should look exactly like this one. And I'm going to keep it lazy. So I'm just going to say, whoops, this shouldn't have a role. Not that it matters. So I'm just going to copy this, put it right here, center it, and say something like loading. I don't know if the font should be bigger. Let's go with something a little bigger. Why not? So right now, if I start the game, it will actually look like this, which is cool. The problem is that this layer doesn't disappear. So I'm just going to make sure that it does. And actually, layers can also have opacity. So I can fade it out, this means, which is good. So I can probably do the fading stuff on the player, but to be safe and also consistent with my other projects, I'm actually going to use the global timer, I think. So once everything is loaded up, the global timer is created during runtime. It doesn't do anything right now, but it's right here on the object templates layer. And it also has a bunch of textures added to a container, which I'm not going to get into, but essentially Construct needs to have one instance of each texture that you're going to use in your game as faces of 3D objects. So for example, this is a 3D object. This is the wall that you see here. So actually this object makes up all the hedges and all the hedge columns and the stone walls and stuff like this. But the faces, as you can see, there are 5 faces visible right now, and also there's a bottom one, but it's invisible. So these faces actually get replaced during runtime with one of these images. And to do that, you actually need to have an instance of the image on the same layout. This is just a technical restriction. It's a bit weird at first, but it's super easy to do that. So what I do is to actually quickly achieve that and also make it mostly maintainable is to make these little tiled background objects which have the textures in them, and I add them to a container of this object. So if I spawn this object, this will also spawn these little dudes right here on the level layout. That's how it works. So I want to fade out the layer. However, I don't think that layers can actually have behaviors like tweens. No, they can't. This is fine. However, they can definitely have different opacities. So what I can do is to start a tween on the global timer object, which is available when the loading is done, definitely, because all objects are spawned when the loading is done, and essentially do something like, while the tween is running, make sure that the tween's current value will actually be set as the opacity of the loading layer. So the loading layer and everything that is on it will just fade away. So I'm going to do that now. To start it, I'm going to go here. So actually I'm going to check where the global timer object is created. Right here. Okay, so quite early on. The init level function is called. And the make level function is actually the one that, that places the walls, the tiles, the mostly just the walls and the tiles. And at the end, the physics system is started up because we do use some raycasting for the player projectiles. But right here, I can also say something like global timer start. Not start tween, but tween value. And I will actually use tween opacity as the tag because this will control the opacity of the loading layer. It's a bit weird, but this is fine. So the start value will be 100, the end value will be 0, the time will be, I don't know, 1 second. And we are going to choose a nice little easing function for this, using easings.net, the usual source for all the easing graphs that you might want to use. And I think I will start with a slow fade and, or maybe something like this, I don't know, in out quint. Let's just see how it looks. In out quint. Okay. Destroying complete, this is not necessary. I mean, this would be contraproductive because the global timer object I want to keep throughout the game. Not that I use it too much, not at this point anyway. So, damn, I talk a lot. So let's just do the actual thing. I'm going to create an event. So when the global timer's tween is running, not running, how is it called? In tween terms, because timers are running, tweens are playing, I think, or something. Yes, is playing. So if it's playing the opacity tag tween, then I want the loading layer's opacity to be the same as the tween's current value. So to do this, I'm going to go to system, set layer opacity. The layer is the loading one, of course, and the opacity should be global timer tween value, and we need to reference the tag, which is tween opacity. And also, just for good measure, I'm going to create a different action, event, that is finished. So when the tween is finished, when it actually runs its course, of course we are referring to the same tween, I actually want to completely make the loading layer invisible. Even though it should be invisible because of this, because the opacity should be 0, hopefully. But just to be safe, I'm going to say layer loading invisible. Let's just see if it works. Okay, it's a bit long, I think. I mean, one second is a bit too much. Yeah. I'm going to shorten this. Also, I might want to put it in a variable, but I'm not going to do that right now. I'm just going to say it should be 0.5 seconds. Let's see how it looks. Good. If I restart, and start another level, it doesn't show up. Okay, this is a problem, and I kind of wonder why it doesn't show up. Because I do reset stuff, but maybe the layer state is kept for some reason. Tricky, but I'm going to think about this. Or maybe, no. I'm going to say set layer, visible layer loading visible, good. And also I'm going to set the layer's opacity to 100 and see if it changes anything. So layer loading should be 100 opacity. Okay, something changed, but it's still, yeah, not the same. Okay, this should happen earlier for sure. Essentially at the start of the level. Because right now I reset the opacity and the visibility when the loading was finished, so there's only a little time to fade it out. So now if I restart and press, okay, this is better. Nice. Okay, I think it's alright. I mean, I guess I could probably make a little input delay or something. I mean, prevent the player from moving if the loading layer is still visible, possibly. Yeah. I think I might want to do something like that. Not that it's very necessary, but it is just a bit weird that I can start moving and while the loading screen is still showing. So I think I'm just going to add some conditions for the inputs. So this is where the player ticks. I can just add another condition and check if the loading layer is not visible. So layer loading, and I'm going to invert the condition. So if the layer is not visible, then I want the player to tick. And also I want some of the trigger actions like the mouse movement to only work if the loading layer is not visible. So this is fine. Yeah, the on input shoot and on input dash stuff, I think I'm just going to say the same. Just like I check if the player is dead or not, or the game is paused or not, I'm also checking if the loading layer is not visible. Right. This should work better. So I'm just going to keep pressing W after I start the level, and also move the mouse around, and it should only respond once the layer is completely faded out. Yep, exactly. Okay, I think this is all right. I mean, technically I could give back control earlier, but I'm not going to do that. This is all right, I think. For the sound effects, what extension are they? MP3, wave, stuff like this. You mean in this game, I'm guessing? So the sound effects that I'm using are, when I import them to construct, they are in wave formats, I think, because these sound effects come from a library that used wave formats, but you could have just as easily used MP3, OGG, or essentially almost anything. Importing sounds to construct is a fairly straightforward process. You just click import sounds right here, and it's the same with music as well. You can select the bitrate. I mean, by default, it's 96 kilobytes per second, and or kilobits, is it? I think. And construct will actually convert the sounds to, I want to say OG, but it's not correct. It's Theora or something. I actually don't remember the codec, but the extension, as you can see, is WebM. But the format that it's using is actually something that is compatible with all the browsers, essentially. So it's going to play fine on Safari, Chrome, Chromium, Opera, Firefox, Edge, everything. Essentially supports the codec that the sounds get converted into. And when you do the importing, the conversion happens already. So when you export the game, all the sounds are already converted. So yeah, it's a bit different from the images, for example, because in a project file, if you import an image, it's stored, I think, using either PNG or the lossless version of WebM, not WebM, WebP, which is an open format by, I think, Google or something. And when you do an export, you have the option to specify which format do you want to use. So it's a bit different, but with sounds, it's much more easier. You just do the conversion automatically during the import bit. So yeah, this is where you can select what image format do you want to use. There's also an option to use AVIF with the lossy ones, although I'm not sure where can you specify if you want a sprite, for example, to be stored in a lossless or lossy format. But yeah, this is not something that I've dealt with. It just works. It's good. And construct makes the sprite sheets and everything in the background, so you don't have to worry about image optimization. Right. I mean, for Godot, it's probably something similar, because if you want to make a web build, and you do, because you already have a web build, Flavius, so I think in Godot probably there's like a conversion that happens as well, possibly when you import, or maybe when you make a build, I don't know. But I'm pretty sure that Godot uses the same codec as construct, because if you want to have sounds in a browser and you want it to be compatible with all the different browsers, then I think there's like one option to do that. MP3 is definitely not one. Something like this. I always get confused with these codec names. Also, there's this site, caniuse.net. I don't know. I'm not sure if it's net, so I'm just going to Google it. By the way, this is Google. I mean the results. I just use start page because it's a bit more privacy friendly, I think. So I'm going to say OG, but actually I want to say WebM, which is a video format, but it's like a generic container format, I think, so it can be used for audio as well. Oops, Theora, I think is the, yeah, OG Theora video format. Okay, this is the video one, not the audio one. OG Vorbis audio format. This is, yeah. So yeah, Safari supports OG audio. I'm pretty sure that this is the one that is used, I think. Although, as you can see, there's a little trickery, because in Safari, you can't actually use the OG container. So I'm guessing that if Construct uses OG Vorbis as the codec for the audio, this is why they put it in a WebM container, which is like, the container is not relevant, not very relevant anyway, in terms of the codec that is used inside it. Okay, I'm just going to check up on this because I really need to patch up my knowledge. I don't remember which codec Construct uses. So I'm going to say plugin reference and audio, something like that. Hopefully we'll have that information. What the heck? Okay, so WebM Opus audio is the only audio format that works across all browsers and platforms. Exactly. So not Theora. I don't know where I get that from, but this is also that is also a codec, but a different one. So Opus. So if I go to the Can I Use site, it's .com anyway, and search for Opus. Yeah, I see something that is very similar. But of course, there's a quirk with Safari. Safari is the new freaking Internet Explorer. It's a fucking... I kinda hate it. Oh, sorry, I said fucking. Never mind. So yeah, supported in a WebM container, all bit rates. Yeah, this is why Construct uses the WebM container. So it's actually working on Safari. All the other freaking browsers support the proper, I don't know, other OG or I don't know which container. But yeah, Safari needs WebM. Which is weird because WebM is once again like a Google format, but I guess they opted in for that. So okay, leave. I'm not going to import that right now. Add loading screen. I'm going to say it's done. And I kind of want to check the skybox situation because I have zero idea how I should implement it. I have one idea how to do the first implementation, but it might not look great, so we'll see. So I think I'm just going to do a little research first. I am going to look up how similar looking games like Doom and Quake and stuff like this, so how they handle skyboxes. Okay, I'm not going to watch videos, that's for sure. There's like a wiki entry, which looks good. Skyboxes are different methods by which a fully 3D sky can be constructed instead of a cylinder projection of the normal sky textures. Okay. So skybox is actually probably not something that is in the original Doom, right? These are, yeah, source ports with skyboxes. So the the more advanced Doom engines actually support skyboxes, but yeah, I'm actually not interested in a skybox. So I just need to know how the sky textures work. The original Doom contains 3 sky textures. That's cool. One for each episode. So simple. Okay. Any technical stuff? Okay. I don't really understand that, but I'm going to keep reading. The engine recognizes it as indicating the ceiling is transparent to the sky beyond, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so what I want to know is if it's just a simple flat surface that is parallel to the ground, or is it something different? How freaking cool does this look, man? Okay. I was kind of hoping for some diagram or something that kind of shows how the sky is placed on the level. Let's just check a few images. So for Godot, it seems that wave is used for short sounds like sound effects and awk for longer like background soundtrack. That is fair. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Godot probably compresses or can compress the wave files as well, because wave is not really suited for proper delivery. I mean, I don't know much about this stuff, by the way, but usually wave is uncompressed. I'm pretty sure that it cannot really be compressed, or maybe it can with some trickery. I'm not sure, but usually wave is completely uncompressed, which means that it takes up a lot of space and a lot of memory. And essentially you probably at one point will, when you run the game, it will end up converting it back to wave, but for distribution, to keep the file size of your game down, I'm pretty sure that Godot can compress the sounds and the music as well. So it's a good question, because I don't really know much about Godot, but let me just quickly check what can I find in the docs, because this is actually quite interesting stuff. So in Construct, there are also two categories for any audio. So there's sounds and music. So there is something kind of similar going on, but not exactly the same. The same format and container is used for both of them. The only change is that between the two, I mean the difference between the two, is that Construct doesn't load all the music when you start the game. So for example, when this game starts, I mean, this game has three music tracks, and like, I don't know, a couple sounds, but sounds are actually preloaded. So when you open the game on itch, I don't know why I reloaded the page. So when I press this button, then the game will start loading. And at this point, when this screen shows up, this means that every sound and graphic files are loaded, and every part of the code that is running is loaded. But the music files, I mean these ones, might not be. They might start loading in the background, but there's a chance that the browser won't really want the engine to do that. But when you start playing the music, and this is, I think, the latest point then that the music file is actually downloaded. So using your browser, you might not actually get the music file until you start playing it. And this, of course, means that there could be a delay. And in Construct, there are actions that you can actually use to force the browser to load all the music files as well. But this is usually not something that you want, because a little delay is actually fine. And it also means that the client doesn't have to download all that much stuff. Especially if you have like 10 music tracks and you are only going to play one at the beginning of the game, you don't really need to load the other 9. So I'm guessing that Godot is having a different approach, but as I said, I don't really know. So if I filter down the network stuff to media, I guess, let me just reload that. Okay, so the each page is loaded, more or less. I'm going to click run the game. And why is there nothing here? Okay, this is freaking weird. So media filter doesn't include WebM files, even though this is freaking Chromium made by Google, and WebM is a format by Google, but they don't consider it media or something. Okay, I might be doing something wrong, but this is weird. So okay, let me just filter down to WebM files. So yeah, as you can see, enemy, death, player, fire, pickup, spawn, stuff like this. So these are these files. No music. So BGM 1, 2, and 3 are nowhere here. But if I start the game and then quickly mute, then as you can see, BGM 1 just downloaded, but only the first one. And that's it. And I don't use any actions to force the download of the other music files. So essentially, when the first music ends, I just start playing the second music track, but actually at first the browser will download the second music track and then start playing it. So there's like a little bit of a delay, which is actually something that I want to fix, but not necessarily because of this whole loading stuff, but actually because all the current music tracks in the game have actual endings. So they end, fade out, there's a little silence at the end of the tracks. And I was thinking that I could add some miscellaneous sound effects like motifs or something, which play between the music tracks, but this might not work. This is something on the long-term to-do list. So OMG, found my old mic, high school beatbox and breakdance, sweet memories. That's nice. What sort of mic it is? Like a proper vocal mic, like with an XLR jack and stuff like this? I was 15 or 16 years old when I bought it. This is neat. it can be a nice nostalgic trip to find something from your past. The other day I was moving some stuff around in my flat, and I found a bunch of old Garfield magazines that I used to read as a kid. It was my freaking favorite. And yeah, I just had to go through a few of them because I loved that cat. It's not necessarily very funny, I guess, but still the memories make it good for some reason. I'm not even sure if I found it that funny that at that age when I was reading it, but it was I don't know, it was cool. I liked it. So did you find this mic specifically to possibly start streaming or something? Or did you just randomly encounter it? Okay, I'm gonna check Discord, but right now I have a weird setup, so I can't really switch to it because I only have one monitor, but I will check it after the stream. Also, why am I playing? Sorry, I was doing something. Skybox research. Yeah. Also on the Godot stuff. So I just want to check if there's anything about the codec stuff. Oof, sorry, it's freaking loud. Audio buses, effects, streams, nothing about codecs. Importing audio samples, supported audio formats, WAV, OGG, Vorbis, MP3 are supported, which is good. So you don't have to make any conversions, probably. I mean, these formats are the most popular ones, so chances are that if you have like a asset pack of audio files, then it will be in one of these formats. So okay, so it seems like Godot doesn't really do any conversion or anything. So I'm pretty sure that the files that you import, they will just be used as is, because it says something like, unlike WAV files, Vorbis and MP3 can only support loop begin, blah blah blah. So this would mean that the format is kept in your project, I think, which is all right. I mean, fine. Although I'm not sure if there's anything, for example, in a web build that is doing any conversion, but there's a good possibility there's no conversion at all. But this just means that you should probably use MP3 or Vorbis for sound effects, I think, and also for music. Why not? I mean, if you keep the bitrate at a relatively high value, then there really shouldn't be too much of a difference. I mean, it should sound roughly the same. I'm not an audiophile or anything, so I would definitely wouldn't know the difference between a maximum quality Vorbis or MP3 and WAV file. And yeah, in games, I don't think it's very necessary to go lossless with WAV files. So yeah, and FLAC is not an option. So if you want compression, then you only have option to use lossy conversion, because OGG and MP3 are both lossy. But this is totally freaking fine, I think. 2 nerdy nerds are here, or just one, I don't know. Hey, what's going on? Also, what the heck is that? Some spam stuff. Yikes. Let me just... Oh, Flavius, you were faster than me. Thank you very much. Was this the first time you had to actually do stuff? What's going on, Bernardo, by the way? How are you guys? Thanks for popping in. I was just doing something and then doing something else. Mostly I'm looking at skyboxes and fake skies in Doom, but I couldn't find out anything, so I guess I'll just try something at first. Because I want to have like a few stars, maybe the moon or something in the game. So it should really have something in the skies, because right now it's blank, essentially. Also, I'm just going to disable the music once again and leave this comment right here. So hopefully I will re-enable it before I make the next export. Doing good. How am I? I am doing very good, actually. Yesterday I decided that I'm not going to do any streaming because, yeah, I couldn't figure out what to do, and I kind of lost track of time, and I had no energy to do it after your stream, so I just figured that, okay, I should do it on Sunday, and now I'm actually doing it, which is good. I didn't procrastinate too much, so yeah, I think I started around 11 o'clock my time, which is like 10 o'clock in yours or something, and I've been adding some stuff to the game. One thing that you actually mentioned yesterday is the difficulty, that it stays the same. Now it doesn't. Now there are actual, I don't know, difficulty. There's an actual difficulty curve or something, because more enemies start spawning up as you pick up more artifacts. This was one of the things that I did today. Also, the artifact gives you a little health bonus, and Flavius also suggested that it should give you a little immunity as well. So I did that as well. There's like a 5-second immunity, and also a little subtle effect that shows you that you are actually immune when the screen is like slightly bluish around the corners. Also, when you enter a new area, enemies won't immediately attack you like before, because it was not great player experience, I guess. So enemies start in a non-cool state, so they actually have to wait for their cooldown when they see the player, not see the player, but when the player enters a new area, then all the enemies will have to wait for their cooldown to pass before attacking. And also the enemies have slightly randomized rate of fire, and I added a loading screen. This is it for today. Couple of things, not too much, not too big changes, but yeah. And now I'm looking at some sort of skybox implementation, as I mentioned. So yeah. At first I think I'm just going to put a big freaking sprite that is parallel to the ground and see how it looks. I'm pretty sure that it won't be sufficient, but as a starting point, I guess we should check it out. So, right. I think I will need to make some horrible programmer art to do that. Question is, do I want a sprite or do I want a tiled object for that? I think I'm going to go for the tiled one. And this is like 250 by 250. Let's go with that. And I'm just going to put some random smudges on it at first. Perfect. A lot of tasks done. Well done, thank you. I try. Although I have some other assets to import. I mean, one of the assets, just one. A couple leaves. Looks like this, and this will be like a particle effect. So when you dash through the hedges, a bunch of leaves will fly around. So thus to signify that you just went through a hedge. So, but I'm going to wait for Tibor to give me some proper instructions in how he imagined it, because I have zero idea if it should be 2D, 2.5D stuff, or how the particles should move, where they should spawn. So he drew that, but didn't give me any info on how to actually, I mean, not concrete ones. We talked about it, but yeah, I'm going to meet him this afternoon. So hopefully we can figure that out as well. Right, first, skybox. So the skybox object is ready. It looks beautiful. No, it doesn't, but doesn't matter. I'm just going to call it skies for some reason, or just sky, I guess. And I am going to enable tile randomization, so it actually is a little bit more random. And I don't think I'm going to touch the other settings, not for now at least. And what I want to do is actually just spawn an instance of this above the level when the level is generated. So probably missed a ton of stuff since you were streaming, but is there sound for the glory kill specifically? Yikes, this is a good question. In my to-do list, there's a pretty generic missing sounds item, and there are a bunch of sounds missing. So I think this is one of those. So I will actually have to compile a list, because Tibor chose the sounds from a library that we purchased a couple of days before the Gems deadline from Humble Bundle. There was this really nice audio pack with music and sound effects as well. But yeah, we were in the rush at the end, so a bunch of sounds are missing. And I don't think there's an actual glory kill sound. There's a sound for the enemy dying, but this is just the same one if you shoot it or if you dash into it when it's weakened. And also the dash has a sound, but a little metallic sound. But yeah, this is all you hear when you glory kill an enemy. So yeah, it will probably need a, I don't know how brutal it should get, but maybe I should look into one of the sound collections that you used for the sandwich particles. One of the gory ones possibly. Although these gargoyles are made of stone, so it should be some crumbling stuff probably. I mean, the current enemy death sound is let me just show you. So I'm going to stop the music for a bit. So there are 3 enemy death sounds for the first enemy. These are just rocks essentially crumbling. They are kind of short. And the second enemy has only 1. This is a bit more gory, I guess. Yeah, but that's it. There's like, I don't know, a dozen sounds, not even that much. So we really need to get into that. But yeah, there's a to the audio list, and missing sounds is on it, definitely. I was thinking a glory kill sound and maybe some particles getting sucked into the staff, like draining the enemy's essence to heal you. Ooh, I kinda like that. Yeah, slurpy eyeball.wave. Yeah. Wow. Okay, these freaking particles. Again, I think I can probably do fake 3D particles for one. Although maybe they don't even have to be, I mean, they should be just billboards probably. But yeah, this is a good idea, thanks. I'm going to actually note that down. I will need to make a list properly for the missing sounds anyway, so life essence particles. I think I'm going to know what I meant here. Yeah. Yeah, and the stuff could light up or something, right? So, like, yeah. Essentially, your staff is the one that is gathering the life essence of the glory killed enemies. Oof. I don't know how brutal we should get with this game. I'm still not decided. Ooh, there's a to-do skybox comment. I'm going to remove that and actually insert the skybox. I think the 2D animation could work also for sure. Yeah, hopefully, because construct is kind of limited when talking about 3D stuff. So on the same layer as the stuff. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that layer is completely 2D. So it's just a 2D overlay on everything. So probably it could work. I just have to essentially transpose the 3D coordinates. So where the enemy's billboard's middle is or something, I just need to transpose this to the 2D equivalent of the 2D layer, which holds the weapon animation and stuff like this. So it actually looks like the particles are spawning from the enemy's, I don't know, intestines or something. I don't want to get too gory. And so they could fly or move between to the staff or something. Yeah, Tibor's going to like this, I think. He's a big fan of Doom as well. I mean, all versions, mostly the new ones. Yeah. Good. Yeah, we should probably amp up the gore a little bit. Okay, what did I want to do? Okay, so I want to spawn the sky object. Right, so just before we hide the loading screen, which is new, I am going to yeah, I'm just going to do stuff right here, and then I will refactor it to a function or something. Create object, and yeah, so sky on the layer, which is still known as projectiles, which is a little weird, but essentially this is the layer that doesn't have any fog on it, because the projectiles shouldn't fade away in the fog, we figured, and also the big energy beam that marks the location of the artifact. So this is the layer that we use for stuff that we want to have in the 3D space, but with no fog effect. So I'm going to say X should be 0, 0. This is fine. And I'm going to set the size of this to level width and level height. This is something that I calculate after generating the whole level. So this should just now match the exact size of the level, which is probably not good enough. But since the player is starting in the middle of the level, yeah, this could be fine for, once again, for a first implementation. And what I also need to do is just give it a certain Z elevation. So I'm going to randomly choose a number now, set Z elevation, and I'm going to say 30. I don't know. Let's just see how it looks. I guess you can decide the gory essence, blood or not gory essence, green life stuff. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, this is like a, I don't know, like a UFO invasion or something. But yeah, it's too close. It's not far enough. Okay. I think I'm going to restore my dev cheat, however, so I can go to the go to the edges of the level a bit more quickly. So I just want to see how it looks around the edges. Yeah, it stops completely. So yeah, the sizing is probably correct. So it's exactly the same size as the floor tiles, which is cool. Boom. Yeah, I just need to add some Z elevation and possibly add like padding or something. However, for this, I think I'm going to change the origin of this object. So it's actually not in the top left, but the center. So I can spawn it in the middle of the level, and I can change the size, and it will stay at the same position, but since it will be bigger, then it should cover it. Although I will have to check if the corners are showing up or not. Okay, where was I? Okay, right here. So this is where I spawned this guy. I'm going to say Z elevation, let's try 100. And also I will need to change the coordinates. So this is actually level width times 0.5. I have this weird, I guess, tick or something that I don't do stuff like this when I can help it. This is still kind of readable, I think. And I read somewhere that multiplication is faster than division. And this is the reason why I do it. But it's stupid. So, okay, I'm going to change the size to something that is a bit bigger. This is probably too big. Okay, let's just go with something like an extra 20%. So it's actually 10% around each edge or something. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, blood is probably not what I want to go with anyway, because the gargoyles are made of stone, so I don't think they should have blood anyway. And some magic life essence actually sounds better, so... But we will need to decide on the color, because right now the particle that we shoot is actually like green. Okay, so this doesn't look great. Now, I wonder if I want to... There's an option to go with like mesh distortion also. What the frick is happening here? There's some flashing going on at times. Okay, this is a bit weird. I don't know if this has something to do with the sky or is it completely unrelated. Weird. Yeah, I saw it again. Right. Also, if I want mesh distortion, I don't think I can do it with this object type. Oh, no, I can. That's good. Right. Now, if I were a good programmer, I would probably do the mesh distortion using an algorithm, but right now I'm just going to do it by hand, I think. So, yeah, I just want to see how it looks. How many columns do I want? I don't know, let's try 8. Can I select multiple mesh points? I don't think I can. Oh, damn. Now, I should really make a little code that does this, but I'm not going to. So, what I want to do is just set the Z elevation to something that is different. And maybe make a concentric circle or something. I don't know. Yeah, this is going to take ages. I'm not going to use the 8x8 mesh for sure. I'm just going to go with the slower one. Slower one, I mean smaller one. This is the smallest possible version. So essentially it's just, yeah. And I can probably set the size a bit bigger as well. Okay, so it scales fine. Good. Right. Let's just go with the double. I don't really see the mesh distortion happening. Or maybe I used too small of a Z elevation, I think. It's quite possible. I mean, this is 100 pixels in the sky, so I say pixels because the game is actually running at a resolution of 320 by 180, but it does get scaled up. So yeah, Z elevation. Let's go with 100 once again. So it's the skybox starts at 100 and the middle is stretched to 200. This is going to look weird as well. Not that weird. Okay. This is crap. This is something. I will definitely need to change the image scale because this is way too small. I mean to 100. Let's go with the original. And I think I might want to actually Well, it does still look weird, but yeah. Okay, so what if I don't raise it at all? So it's at the 0 Z elevation, but it actually makes a little pyramid or something around the level. That's my idea to improve this. So Z elevation, let's go with 200. There are a bunch of other ways to do that, but I've never done any sky box sort of thing before, so I'm not sure which one to go with, and also I want to experiment, so this is why I'm doing it like this. Okay. Yeah, this is also a little bit weird, I guess. I'm not 100% sure that the Z elevation stuff is working correctly. What if I raise it to some crazy value, like 500? Well, it's something. I'm just going to clear the texture and only put like 2 little dots on it. So there are fewer stars in the sky, in the fake sky. Okay. Not bad, I guess. Okay, now there's no overlap, which is good, seemingly. Because the sky is actually way higher. Okay, I think... I mean, it looks like crap, but it's better than nothing, I would guess. But I'm also wanting to change the scale so there's even fewer ones. But this will also make them bigger, so this might not be a good idea. And for the moon, the blood moon or something, I was thinking that I just add a single sprite somewhere, and I don't know what to do with it, not yet anyway. Because I could do something like a billboard, or I could do something like, once again, transposing 3D coordinates into 2D ones and placing a little 2D moon object at the transposed coordinates. I don't know if that could work. Kind of did something like that, but not for a skybox. It was for like a game that was similar to Don't Starve and Cult of the Lamb. So I was looking at those games for too long, and I noticed that there is no actual 3D distortion happening on the sprites that make up the characters and all the stuff that you can pick up, and the trees and everything. So those are literally just 2D sprites, but they are placed according to their 3D position, transposed to the 2D one. And this is something that I can probably do with the how do they say, the celestial objects, I guess, if I want to add some bigger ones like a moon or something. Okay, I'm going to change the size of the texture to 500, and I'm just going to add a single speck right in the middle. Okay, and now I can change the scale back once again. It's quite a bit of a stream delay, I think, but whatever. I'm not sure if OBS is struggling or is it my ISP or just Twitch. I think this is mostly fine. So because of the randomization that is happening, some of the little specks are actually lighter and some of them are darker, which is, I guess, cool. They are still pretty low resolution though. And I'm not sure if I want the this smooth look, because it does look a bit weird, because nothing looks like that, I guess, except for the fake lights. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm just going to check if it looks better or worse if I turn off the crank up the hardness of the brush. And I guess reduce the size a bit. So it's just a little circle. It looks alright. What also would be kind of fun is if they were moving a bit. What if I just add the super slow rotation? Is that weird? Yeah, it's probably weird, but this is like a non-existent place anyway, so let me just check that. Because if it adds a little juice, I don't mind the scientific inaccuracy, I guess. So I'm just going to lazily put the rotate behavior on this object. And I'm going to say the speed should be something really slow. So this is in degrees per second. Let's just go with something like, I don't know, 5. And yeah, this is way too fast. Possibly. Let's go with 0.5. I'm going to check that. I want it to be badly noticeable. I guess it's better than nothing once again. So yeah, these look a little weird. Maybe I shouldn't do the randomization, or at least disable the blend margin. So if when the textures are blended, they don't get faded, I guess, if that makes sense. I mean it doesn't, but yeah, this is what the invincibility looks like, by the way. Developer cheats. Where am I going? Okay. I think it looks alright. And if I stop, I can barely see them move, but they do. I think this is okay for the first implementation again. So I'm going to put this skybox item right here, which means that it's done. Right. Leaf particle, okay, this is going to wait until the afternoon. Count time and display runtime at game over. This I could do probably. However, I do need to take a small bathroom break. I will be back in a minute or two. Stay tuned. And I am back. Also, I stopped the music, so I'm just going to start it again. Right, okay. Thanks, Flavius. Okay, so by the way, are you working on sound effects right now? And if so, what are you using? Are you using an asset pack? Are you planning on recording stuff? Is that why you brought up the mic, by the way? Or are you going to try to use one of the generators that are online, by the way? I just scrolled back and I actually missed your message that you actually mentioned that to record sound effects for the game. Nice. For recording, do you use Audacity or what's the software that you plan to use? We did a recording session a couple months ago, a bunch of noises and cracks and water splashes, fruits getting demolished, stuff like this. But we have yet to find the time to actually edit them and save them as tiny little sound files. So it's in one big project, and yeah, it needs some work. But it was very fun to record. Audacity, right, okay. And for the soundtrack, you will try to make something with LMMS. Whoa, this is nice. So you're actually going to do everything in the freaking game. This is very cool. Yeah, I was kind of hoping that either Tibor or myself will actually make some music for the games that we are making when we started the whole game dev journey, but yeah, it rarely happened. Tibor did actually a couple shorter songs for some earlier games, but usually we just go for something that is third party or no music, which is not good. But it's very cool that you want to make all the sounds and the music yourself. Right, meanwhile, I'm going to crack on and make this time counter thing work. I think I just want to... Oh yeah, so yeah, there was this dilemma. So do I count the time when the player is just standing in a room idle or not? But yeah, I probably should, because what I want to give the player is to have a little reflection that how much time they just spent playing the game, kind of like Vampire Survivors does. Because it is fairly easy to get stuck into this. I mean, I found at least, and I really don't want people to get too addicted. Not that it's a big issue or anything. Not that many people play the game, at least for now. But still. Okay, so I'm going to start a little timer, I think, at the beginning of the level. And I'm just going to do the usual thing, because if the player switches to another tab, then the game will get paused. And this also means that the timer should also get paused, which is automatic, which is nice. So I don't want to use the wall clock timer or anything to make the measurement, because that could include the time that they were not even in the game. They just, switched over to something else and then went back. So the usual thing that I do is a bit weird, and possibly there's a better way to do that, but I make a timer called level every second. And I start it at the beginning of the level, of course. To be more precise, I'm going to start it when the player is initialized. So right here, players start timer. It's a 1 second timer, but it's a regular one, so it gets repeated. And it is the level every second tag, of course. And yeah, this is essentially the timer that I need to, so the trigger that I need to count time. So time elapsed is going to be the variable that I use to store the amount of seconds that have passed since the player started on the level. And I will also, of course, need to increment this. And for this, I'm just going to create a new on-timer trigger. So players on timer level every second, and I'm going to say add 2, time elapsed 1. That's it. So now the variable actually holds the amount of seconds that have passed since the level has been started and the game has been focused. So what I need to do is when the player is dead, which happens right here or somewhere here, let's just say tick. I guess I could, yeah, I could use change HP, which is the function that gets called when the player is either healed or damaged. And this is where the death stuff happens. So when the player's health is 0 or below 0 for some reason, I will actually need to stop the timer. So players stop timer level every second. And I can just show the message, the game over message, and include the amount of time. Now, I think CodeMonk was very right to point out a certain UX problem in the previous game that we made, which was shortfall, the little survivors like 2.5D stuff, that initially the time was only in seconds. It was displayed in seconds, and displaying the time in seconds is not very user-friendly, especially if minutes are spent playing the game. So I'm just going to yoink the piece of code that I used to format the time, because I don't quite remember how I did it, but I also am lazy, so yeah. I'm going to check chat now. Yes, you want it all to be you. That's nice. This is how to do it, Flavius. You're doing it right. At the end of at the end on death, you wasted of your precious life playing this game. Thank you. This is so good. I'm going to copy it if you don't mind. Nice. Let me just dig up shortfall to get the correct format. So what the hell? Oh yeah, it's in a different folder. There it is. So the shortfall development has ceased, I guess, for now. I was very tempted to turn the level into like a roughly circular island that is surrounded by water, and the enemies are still spawning around the player. And if they tend to spawn in water, then they just, you know, have their Z elevation a little shifted. So they actually fall into the water and then swim out. This is how it would have looked like. But I'm not going to do that, I think, for some time at least. If we are ever going to touch this game again, I'm pretty sure it will be next year. So, time format. I'm guessing it should be in here, possibly. Yes, update UI, time elapsed, and this is, yeah. This is the piece of code that I don't want to rewrite again, so I'm just going to yoink this. And could probably put it into a utility function or something, so it's a bit more portable, and I can put it in my template project as well. So let's do that. Format time, which is a horrible name for a function, but also I added an U at the end. So the return should be a string. And I can probably have an input parameter that has the name seconds. And what I want to do is to just return a value and something like this. So this time-lapse stuff is not needed. I can remove that. Yeah, the hours stuff and the minute stuff and everything else is something that I did not, yeah. Okay, I'm just going to join these as well before I do that. So there are some local variables. I can close that, I guess, and set these. Crap, never mind. Good. Okay, and now I can return this. I hope that I made it correctly the last time, so right. I don't like the name of this function, but I'm going to keep calling it that. And also I am going to copy this function into my template project, which I tend to use for new projects. It's also my GitHub, by the way, if anyone is interested, if anyone's watching the VOD and is a construct dev. So I'm just going to grab it. 1 second. So it's somewhere here. I'm not going to upload it right now, but I will, I think, today. So this is the blank template that I'm using, and it has just a bunch of empty event sheets and some useful functions like this one. Whoops, I screwed up something. Yeah, time elapsed is still not replaced with seconds. Okay, now it should be good. I'm going to bump up the version number to 11, save it, and forget about it for now. Good. Yeah, the timeout is still running. Good. Okay, so what I need to do is to display to the player at the game over situation how much time they spent. And I am going to copy this. You wasted that much of your precious life playing this game. Thank you. Good. This is perfect, Flavius. Do I want the game over to be still there? I think I do. I think I'm going to change the offset to something a little higher because I add some lines here. I'm going to add some more line breaks, and between those I am going to say string sub this message, and functions dot format time and time elapsed. Right, hopefully we are going to have to check it out. Enomath, hi there, how is it going? How is your Sunday? If it's Sunday where you are, but probably it is. Tibor does not stream. Tibor is actually contemplating streaming, although he wants to stream something else, not game development, but he has not taken the plunge yet. But I do pester him from time to time that he should probably do that. But if the reason you're asking is that if he streams the drawing process and stuff like this, I am especially pestering him so he makes at least some, videos, either tutorials or just time lapses or something that shows his process, because I think it would be super freaking useful for others to see. But yeah, unfortunately he's not streaming. We had some streams where he was actually in the room with me, but yeah, not in the last 2 months or something. I think it was earlier than that. I think when we were working on Attractable, we streamed together. well, streamed together. I streamed and he was also here, and you could see him and hear him talk. Yeah. Okay, so I think the format is right. I'm just going to die and see if the message shows up correctly or not. Yeah, Tibor is getting scary good at the whole pixel art stuff, which is cool. What is not cool is the flashes that started showing up in the game. I'm not quite sure what is the reason behind them. I don't know why I killed that enemy. I should have just let him kill me. Or I'm going to move on to, yeah, this is better. I'm going to die faster here. Yeah, you wasted 31 of your precious life. Okay, this is not great. I forgot about the whole seconds thing. So, yeah. So the format is not perfect, because if it's only seconds, then it should just say 31 seconds of your precious life. However, if it's something like, 1:30, which means 1 minute 30, then it shouldn't say seconds or anything. So yeah, I think I'm just going to change things up a bit and use a ternary operator possibly. Okay, so this is where the time gets formatted. And essentially what I want to check if the time elapsed is bigger or equal to 60. Because if it is, then it shouldn't say seconds, literally, I think. So if time elapsed is greater or equal than 60, or I could have just said greater than 59, then it should just return this. But no, this is not what I'm going to do. So I'm actually going to keep this like this, because I just want the seconds part concatenated at the end. If it's less than 60, then it should also concatenate seconds, and otherwise nothing, I guess. Oh, Tibor is actually here. Oi, fellas. Got him out of lurk, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, Tibor is big into in cosplay stuff. He's making super awesome things, but I don't want to dox him or anything. If he wants to talk about it, he absolutely should. But it's crazy good. I can say that much. Okay, so let's find some enemies. Also, what the frick is happening on the top right, the level and the artifacts and everything? Something's wrong. What did I do? How long this regression has been here? Let me just undo a few things, see if it changes. Yeah. What the... This is weird, because I think the health worked fine before. I mean, when I was dying just a minute ago or something. I didn't touch any part of this code, so it's a bit weird. Okay, we'll just deal with it later. So okay, now it's updated. So maybe the first update is not running at the correct moment. I think I might have an idea, or maybe not. Okay, so let me just grab the first update. So it should be in the player's init custom action, I think. Yes, right here. This is for some reason not running correctly. Because if I call the UI update function and do not specify a role, then it should go through all the text objects which do not, which have some sort of role, and for each of them call this same function with the role. So essentially this is like a recursive function. So I'm going to either put a breakpoint here like a log or something. I have a hunch that for some reason this has been a bug that was already always there, but it's like a race condition type of thing. Let me just check the console. Yeah, the errors can be ignored because I don't think these are actually errors that I produce. But yeah, because I think this is probably the physics add-on doing some weird things, but I'm going to ignore it. They have been here from day one essentially. So okay, this is not getting cold, that's for sure. However, it's weird because the way that I'm calling it after this just means that this should wait for all objects to be created, and it kind of doesn't. Wonder if I specify stuff like this: role, health, level. Let's just check these two at first. It's weird. Okay, I don't know why it's not working, but never mind. So I'm just going to specify manually which UI elements do I want to update. Essentially, I want to update the health, the level, and the artifacts, I think, and that's about it. Because devinfo is constantly updated, message is different. It only shows up when you actually call the message function. What the frick is this? Dash. I don't even remember, never mind. But I'm going to check now. Oh yeah, I know. Okay, this is already okay. So I mean this is just the little text that shows up above the dash icon, I think. So I might want to, yeah, I might want to update it as well. Sorry. So it should also update this. Okay. Good. This also means that I can probably get rid of the recursive call. I don't know why it was working before and it's now not working, but this was mostly laziness on my part anyway, so boom. I'm just going to make sure it doesn't get called anywhere else. Take care of whatever you need to take care of, Flavius, of course. Okay, good. So these are only calls that have the role parameters set up. Right, okay, so what what I was doing? Okay, I was doing the timer stuff. So, okay, the game over situation is right here. And now it should, I think, have the correct text. So let me just check that. Also, I'm not sure if I want the timer to show up all the time, but I guess I can add it to the dev info stuff, which I'm also going to at one point hide. It's only needed for now for debugging purposes. I guess I could just kill him, okay. I want to look for an area that has a bunch of enemies so I can die peacefully. And see if the message is correct now. Come on, guys. Chop chop. These dudes are terrifying from the close-up. You wasted 45 seconds of your precious life playing this game. Thank you. Press R to restart. I think this is cool. Also, I am going to play it for a while. But first I'm going to add it to the dev info stuff. So right here, I am going to... Okay. Runtime is a bit ambiguous. So I'm just going to do this and There's also the zero padding stuff going on, which is not necessarily bad, but also not needed in this case, I think. I mean, if you're not going to display the time constantly in the proper version, we could probably do away with that, but okay. This is all right. I'm just going to play it for a little while and see if the after 1 minute version also looks fine. I mean, I could have just once again did some developer cheat stuff, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to play for 1 minute and test stuff anyway, so. Come on, okay. Boom. Freaking blind kill, yeah. Okay, so we are now past the 1 minute mark. So I'm just going to stand over here and let these guys do their job. A message in the menu or in the first room would be nice about the mouse sensitivity and the scroll wheel. I think I'm going to do one better than that, Tibor. I want to make a freaking proper menu with proper UI to adjust the mouse sensitivity, the volume and everything. But yeah, you are on point with that, but I don't want to do any more, you know, half solutions in this department. Find the starting, well, sorry, what? Starting 5 a bit too much. Find what? Okay. The arrows on the far enemies are a great addition. Thank you. I don't know if you've actually seen that before or just seeing it now, but yeah. We could change the graphics because it's just something I whipped up, but I think it looks alright. I'm not sure if it should be a bit higher or lower, but yeah. So in the beginning, you might have seen that I did like a pathfinding arrow that started from the player and then moved on the ground. It looked like crap. So I figured that we should just do something different and also be a little more consistent with the whole thing, because the artifact is also signified by something that you can see from afar above the artifact. So this is exactly the same with the enemies. Right, declutter, yeah. Also, I'm going to wrap up soon and grab some lunch and then meet you if this is all right. Okay, I completely forgot to check the freaking message. The game over message. So what was the 5 stuff you meant? Starting 5. What do you mean? Oh, the starting sensitivity, right. Okay, but this really depends on, I think, your mouse and your settings in Windows. By the way, good news. Construct actually delivered a feature in the beta branch which allows for the game to receive the raw mouse movement from the operating system. So this could be a godsend, because a bunch of people who are doing like first-person shooters and stuff like this in Construct, I mean, why are they doing it? For the same reason I am, but yeah. So they were complaining that the mouse acceleration and smoothing and crap like this gets in the way, because players don't really want to, you know, have their mouse filtered in a bunch of different ways while playing a freaking game. So games usually just receive the raw mouse coordinates and not the corrected ones by the operating system. And now it should be possible in Construct as well, and I guess in all browsers basically. So this should be good news. I don't know if, for example, other engines like Godot and Unity and stuff like that actually have this in web builds. So I'm not sure if this is something that the Construct guys just implemented and they could have done it before, or this is actually something that the browsers, the vendors implemented, and it's now available for everyone. Hopefully other engines can also make it, but the important thing for me, of course, is that Construct actually has this feature. I mean, it's still in the beta branch, but it should be ready in a couple of weeks, and I can still use it if I want, but I try not to use the beta branch. It's a little risky for proper projects and not just doodles. Okay, so I am well above the 1 minute mark, so I'm going to... Yeah, you wasted 224 of your precious life playing this game. Thank you. I think this is cool. I'm not sure if the 0 penning is needed, but it looks alright, so I'm just going to keep it. Okay, so where was I? Okay, the skybox, I don't know, Tibor, if you looked at the skybox, but we're gonna go over that as well. So count time and display runtime at game over is now done. So I'm just going to turn this into a more proper sentence. Okay, this is cool. I'm going to publish build 29, but first I'm going to search for to do prod, because yeah, the music is disabled, but now it's not. And also the developer cheat is enabled, which is now not enabled. So you guys can't kill all the enemies by pressing E. Good. 29, that's nice. I mean, I wonder how many updates will be still, but I would guess somewhere in the 20 and between the 20 and 30 build version number interval. So okay, first I'm going to export this, and then I'm going to save it as build 30. Also, I should look for someone to raid because I really need to wrap up. So let's just push the new build to itch and check if it's working fine. Meanwhile, I'm also going to... Hi Flavius. I was just about to say that I should wrap up soon because I am starving, actually. Oh, Captain Onosa is actually streaming. This is nice. Let me just check if he's around and not about to end the stream, I think. I mean, he's only been streaming for half an hour, so I'm pretty sure that he's going to stick around. This is nice. Captain Onosa is a super nice dude. I kind of get to know him via the Captain Coder's Learn Your Game Jam because he was working on a game and he actually finished it. Unlike me, but I'm going to rectify that mistake next week, hopefully. So yeah, he made a very cool 2D twin stick shooter type with some very talented people as well. So he worked in a team, and it was like a random group of people. So people he, I think, haven't really met before or worked with before. It was a really neat game. You can check it out right here. Let me just find the find the link because my memory is so freaking horrible that I can't remember the title, but I will definitely spot the cover art. This is the one, Goblin Storm Rise of Wrinklet. So it's actually downloadable, but I think that Mr. Onosa, although I mean Captain Onosa, but he's known as Mr. Onosa on itch. So he actually wrote this game in Godot with the mono edition, so in C#, but actually he ported it to the web. But okay, the web version is not up yet. I think Bernardo was playing it on stream yesterday though, so it should be up soon. Maybe Captain Onosa still has some bugs to iron out or something, but yeah, it's neat. And yeah, the web version should be probably available very soon. I'm going to put the link right here if you guys want to check it out. And also I am going to check if the new build is up, because if it is, then I'm going to wrap up now and raid Captain Onosa at this point. The build should be up, but I'm going to quickly check if everything is working fine. I'm also going to stop the background music and good, and check if the music is working correctly. Okay, build 29, that sounds good. Let's just go with the small level this time. Okay, the stars look a little bit weird, but I guess they probably look the same in the editor as well, so this is cool. Yeah. Okay. Sticky situation right away. So, okay, this is 26 enemies on this map right now. But once I pick up the artifact, the number should grow a bit. So now it's 28, now it's 29. Yeah, so on the small map, the growth is actually not that big of a difference because of the number of tiles is not that much. I mean, it's 64, so yeah. And at the start, 40% of 64 is I don't know how much because I'm crap at counting and maths, I mean arithmetic. especially if I'm playing a shooter game at the same time. But yeah, you guys can calculate it if you want. So it's growing up after each artifact pickup by 5%, and it grows up until 80%. So at the end, I mean not the end, but you know, after picking up a few artifacts, actually after picking up 8 artifacts if I'm correct, the number of enemies should be exactly the double of when you started. So there's now a little difficulty increase, although this is not, you know, a proper difficulty curve or anything, but it's something just to test first implementation once again. Okay, so the game is working fine. I am going to call it quits now. Okay, I wasted almost 2 minutes from my precious life. That's good to know. And also I'm going to close this, make a new version of the project, bump it up to 30, save it, and go for the raid. Done. Let me just set up the stuff. So thank you so much for everyone who watched and joined in. I don't have that swanky list of chatters like the two nerdy nerds have, but I'm pretty sure that it was Flavius, of course, Enomoth, then the Captain Coder was here, and also yeah, Tibor showed up in the end as well, although he might have been watching the whole time, who knows. And of course, the two nerdy nerds, which is handy because the two nerdy nerds are actually going to stream today. I think it's 4 o'clock Central European time, so it's 3 o'clock, or no? I'm crap with time zone. So yeah, it's 4 o'clock Central European time. You guys should totally check them out because they are freaking cool and funny, and there will be farts and game development. So the best combination ever. So I'm going to wrap it up now. Thank you so much for watching, and if you are watching this on YouTube, be sure to check out my Twitch and also subscribe and like and stuff like this. So thanks for watching, guys. Bye now.